take this off. Let's take part of it off. Got a heater, so this side gets hot. All right. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Shoot, I forgot to look that up, but I can do it while we're live. I can do it. Happy Halloween. Kind of a spooky day to celebrate. I miss my dog. All right, so let me sign in so I can give you some quotes. And we can get started. Pour some coffee. I look forward to the day when there's movement in the stock upward so I can take a break. From doing this every single day. But what else would I do, right? That's what you're saying. You might have a point. You might have a point. Okay. So a rundown on the first 5 stocks that I see. G-Bucks is down a penny almost at 15 cents. Hey, if you loved it at 7, you gotta love it at 15 cents. MTEN, $3, $3.05. If you loved it just under 30, you'd love it at $3. Finger Motion is down 2 cents at 154. And to me, a shocker, ZJYL is down 7 cents almost at 22.2284, 22 cents, just under 23 cents. And the star of the show really hasn't done much from this morning, but the bid is 0.4059, 0.4011, 0.4019, 0.4023, 0.4027, 0.403, 0.4032. The computers have control of the bid. The ask is 12,500 to sell, 42.6. The volume, 294,000 shares. And unfortunately, because I just signed in, the only trade I see, the recent 176 shares at 41.51. Marty Party bought 500 more. It's awesome. Well, while there's just a few comments, let's see if I had any media crap to go over that I don't know. Did I go over this yesterday? I don't know. Did I do this yesterday? Guess I didn't. This is Musk's. James Altucher. Okay. We went over this before. Stargate and all that. So I'm going to take all this down so I don't ever do that to you again. I don't have much today, so I should be able to get through it pretty quickly. And then I won't have anything to say to you, and I'll have to sign off. Tired. The bid's calmed down. The bid is now 52,500 at 0.401. And the ask is 0.426, 12.5. So they're not, the computers are not spitting out orders. Okay. Now what is that? Well, I guess I'll go with it. I'm almost scared to hit this because I don't know what it is. Oh, I guess I'm putting this, Wolf is down since Brandon pointed it out to me. But the Cantech letter put out a report, and ATB Capital Markets doubled their target on Wolf to $26 from $13. They always raise it after it's already gone up. But the company announced 168 megawatt joint venture with Fluid Stack. With a hosting agreement for 25 years, valued at just under 10 billion. Says could be a game changer. So I just wanted to show you TeraWulf. I am not telling you to buy it, but it's just you got to pay attention. Third quarter revenue of 48 to 52 million. That's pretty good. I would say just to bear in mind, those kind of revenues don't get high multiples. TeraWulf should generate 75 million adjusted EBITDA on 200 million of revenue this year. Anyway, I don't know just because he's got that target doesn't mean it's going to quickly go there. All right, well, got through that. What's this? It's so dangerous. I don't know what I have here. Oh, poolside. Roadhouse, poolside. Somebody yesterday, I want to say it was Jim, but it might have been account settings. Pointed out that poolside was raising money at a high valuation. So here you see that poolside revenue for 2025, 50 million. And here's the revenue over a 3-year period, 250,000 last year, 30 million, and anticipated 50 million this year. And further to that point, here's the valuation in rounds. It's all locked up. I didn't subscribe. But in 2023, over here, they had a seed round in May of 23. That's what I think you're paying for Railtown right now, is seed round valuations. But you could argue with me and say, well, we're paying more. All right. I'll say you're paying a Series A valuation. But poolside is private. You would not be able to invest in it except through some sort of marked up fund with fees. And then they're raising money now at the top of this list, October of 25. And here's the revenue. In 23, they had zero revenue when they started. 23, at the end of the year, they had nothing to write home about. 24, it was 30 million. 25, 50 million. And there's a bit of a chart there if you are more visual in your learning process. All right. I don't know what this is. All right. That's that same thing. ATB doubles their price. It went from $13 target to $26 target. But the stock's down. So I still think you're going to run into whoever Yorkville's clients are. They're going to constantly, in the short run, try to press the trade. They don't have to win. They're not in it very long when they do that. All right, let's go here. Okay, NVIDIA is reportedly investing up to $1 billion in poolside. Semiconductor giant NVIDIA is looking to invest at least $500 million and up to $1 billion in poolside, which builds AI models for software development, similar sounding space as Conductor or Railtown. I think this is a little bit more limited, but I don't know. I'm just watching from the cheap seats. This investment would be part of a $2 billion funding round Poolside is raising. Look at that, at a $12 billion valuation. So in a private channel funding with 50 million in revenue, they're pricing this round at 12 billion. That's 240 times revenue. 240x. Did you hear me? 240x. NVIDIA's investment could rise to up 1 billion. So that's tied to funding, obviously. They don't want to be the only amount of money in the pool at poolside. 12 billion valuation. I showed you their revenue, 50 million estimate. That is a 240x valuation. Why would they do that? Because they expect the revenue to grow. This wouldn't be NVIDIA's first investment in poolside. And this sentence here, NVIDIA comma, already a prolific investor in AI startups, comma, has been broadening its portfolio to include diverse sectors. Intel and Wave. So NVIDIA is a natural buyer too. NVIDIA. What's this? Oh, these are some comparables. There's a whole list of them. There's 20 of them. But if I scroll down, it blocks the screen, so I only could do these. But these all had 50 million in revenue. What is that? I can barely read it. GenSpark, Labelbox, Capacity, SourceGraph, Micro One, Gamma. And it really doesn't say the valuation, but it does say the funding. It says the funding. Anyway, my point is not that you study each of those. It's just there's activity going on all around. Oh, I don't want it. I'm sorry, I didn't want to show that. That's unrelated. There's dividend stocks in Canada, and I was looking at them. Primarily in the oil and gas space. But anyway, that one popped at the top of the list because it's paying over 8%. But anyway, that's unrelated to what we're talking about. I wanted to show you, at the risk of am I right about that? 12 billion, 50 million? Yeah. 240x. I just want to show you three stocks. One is, I want to call your attention on Finger to back here. When Finger did their last financing, everything was going along swimmingly here in a horizontal range. And, you know, if you looked at that chart, I can't block it out for you, but if you looked at the chart just up to the yellow arrow, you'd say, oh, it's all right. Nothing bad's going to happen. It's in support. Everything's, and then they did the financing with the toad, probably. And boom. Now it eventually recovered, and then it went a little out of whack where I was telling people, why don't you sell? I think that pissed some people off. But anyway, and then now it settles into this range down here. But it's a little lower than where it started over here. But then we can be complacent and say, you know, that's a horizontal. It's slightly rising. It should be okay. It's trading, in this case, under the moving averages. Over here, it was kind of trading on the moving averages. But, you know, nothing to worry about. Well, they just announced up to 50 million in financing. Let me ask you, Roth Capital did the deal, and their clients, probably the toad. What do you think is going to happen here? I don't know. I could be wrong. This could be the exception. Maybe they'll do the deal up here in a complete break from sanity. At the market is not where they're going to do it. This market. They might do it at the market. My pick is that yellow line. Which, by the way, I said that's what I've been calling for since June as a risk. Doesn't mean I'm going to be right, but basically $1.20, $1.25. we'll see. That's just a caution. I'm not trying to say it's going to go there for sure. This chart actually looks like a pretty strong. Well, no. If you just look in this part right here, it looks kind of strong. But if you take it back along horizontal here, it's actually broken under support. But let's leave that for the chartists. Now, this stock is G-Bucks. I don't remember the story. I do know it was urgent to be in it. Right up here, the Madonna's bra up there. It was so urgent to be in it. Look what it's done since. Do you see the pattern here? They need something to steal. And they do. And they move on. This is ZJYL, which shocked me. Somebody called it to my attention. This is the they did that forward split back here. And it was where all the action was. Bunch of whales. Gonna make it work. They have the best wheelchair in China. Of course, it only has one wheel. You have to learn to balance the wheelchair. It's called a unichair. I don't know. Down, 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 dive, dive, dive. And yesterday, it couldn't go lower. It hit the bottom of the page. So I guess it won't go lower. And you can barely see it here, but the volume was gigantic. What's going on? I thought, My point isn't to, and these may be things, if GDC works, they'll come around and make these work. But it's just such a tough game. That's all my point is. It's just such a tough game. And with Railtown, you're not trading. It's not a hot stock. You don't have to be worried about how it's trading. Of course, we can't resist looking at it. But it's not about, if I get in, I got to get out. If I'm listening to somebody talk about it, I don't know how to do it. So, yeah, what happened to that? Oh, because I moved around. My point is with Railtown, you don't have to be just right. You had two chances, it looks like, in that G-Bucks. And of course, that's where we were buying. And then it just piddles away to nothing. And same with ZJYL. I'm not saying it's going to recover, but do you know the magnitude of the percentage moves it has to make to recover? Golly. If you bought ZJYL at $4, I don't know. I don't know what's a reasonable price. And now it's 22 cents. Do you know $4? That stock has to go up 18x. It's not likely without manipulation. It's the same. With Railtown, you don't have to worry about it. that. I could look, but then I'd lose your comments. So I'll just finish my point, check your comments, then I'll look to see what happened. So anyway, yes, we watch Railtown every day. Yes, it's so frustrating waiting for some like breaking news or something. But Railtown isn't even a news story. It's not even a story that you got to follow each breaking news. It's interesting. It confirms maybe my thoughts or my interpretation, which is understandably of interest to you. But one news story, one acquisition, one enterprise sales agreement, it's not going to change it. What's going to change Railtown and why you're in Railtown is they implement their business plan. They started 6 years ago and they've done it as far as we know. You're right. It would be great to see some confirmation of revenues and things like that. But that'll come. That's not the first priority here. The priority here now, they got to wrap up that AIP deal, which is today. We'll look it up. I'll try to see if there's a deadline in the document for today. The day is the deadline, but I mean an hourly, a time on the clock today. That's a deadline. And that's a start. But we're not in it for that hot move. Like, just to show you, I don't want to lose all this candy corn. But just the charts I just showed you, you got to get it. It's hot. It's going to go. It's got to. Hey, a buddy of mine just bought a bunch of shares. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Wales, Squeeze, whatever. It's not like that. Railtown's not like that. We've got to calm our addiction or our trained emotions, which are frazzled. All this frazzle. Don't need to do that with Railtown. And so, my opinion, I do not think we'll see any information today. I've already indicated to you, and I'm not going to characterize it, but I think we know from that law firm of 480 personnel, 480, that as an overall company, Railtown's probably not one of their hottest priorities. And maybe that applies to the individual attorneys. I don't know. But I do not think this is going to be a high priority item this evening. There's other better things to do. Get a life. I can do it all. So I don't expect to hear about that being completed until Monday at the earliest, and maybe Wednesday morning at the latest, but something in that time frame. I could be wrong. Maybe I'll be surprised. It shouldn't be hard to type up, have your assistant write it, file it. But anyway, that'll be a start. I think it's going to be a great start. What is it worth to the stock? My guess, it brings the stock somewhere between 60 and 70 cents as soon as they do that. Could it go higher? I don't know. It depends when Corey and Marwan and the team can hit the road and start telling their story. Clearly, once AIP is a division of Railtown, Dr. Tom Core and Mike Nobrega can go out telling the story as well. And I'm sure one of the first doorsteps or phone calls would be Omer's and John Ruffalo's Mavericks. So yeah, it just depends how long that little campaign, not so little, I think it's going to be very important to get out and tell the story after the AIP deal, how long that takes. I guess if my timeline is we might not hear about, the attorneys may not file that document until after the close of business Tuesday, which might be being very negative, I'll admit, but I haven't seen any urgency out of that law firm. They can get to work Wednesday. Get to work Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday. They should work Friday. So let's just say it takes until the next week for buying to come in from those efforts. I don't know why I'm doing this. I've been wrong on every projection I've made for the last 90 days. But let's say they do file the AIP deal as having been accomplished at the end, as the polls close in the United States on November 4th. And they start their campaigning to tell their story, they on the phone, Zoom calls, maybe they get in a car and go meet investors, but Corey, Marwan, Dr. Core, and Nobrega, let's say they start Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So maybe by, I don't know if Remembrance Day is a holiday in Canada. If it is, we're going to kind of be screwed in terms of Monday and Tuesday of that following week. So let's build in a little time for vacay up in Canada, eh? All right, so I'll say, and I've been wrong all along, but I'll say that Wednesday the 5th of November, I think the stock will be 65, 70 cents. Wednesday the 12th of November, I think the stock will start its inexorable climb. And I think it will be over $1 on November 12th. And then on November 19th, I think it'll be, this is gulp, I think it'll be 250 on November 19th. I'm going to write these down so you can point out, you're always wrong. Why do you do it? Or I'm going to say 70 cents Wednesday the 5th of November. I'm going to say, I said over $1, so I got to pick a number. I'll say $1.10 on the 12th, And on the 19th, egad, I'll say 250. That is risky. And then the next week is Thanksgiving. But as someone pointed out to me this morning, in Canada, they already had their Thanksgiving. I understand they were very thankful at the opportunity to join the United States as their 51st state. So while we're traveling and going to Turkey Day, what happens November 26th? All right. In for a turkey, in for the squash and the dumplings too. I'm going to say on the 26th, the stock will be, oh, this is painful to make this prediction. I'm going to say it's going to be $3.75 on November 26th. I wrote it down. I know you're going to have fun with me when I'm wrong, but that's my projection for November. And then December, I'll leave the December the 3rd, I'll leave it the same as 375. How about December 10th? I'm going to go more cautiously. I'm going to say 425. December 10th. Hanukkah begins on the 14th. So I'm going to guess that we're going to be into holiday season in both countries. So I'm going to leave that projection on the 17th at 425, same price. What about Christmas Eve? I'll say 375. And on New Year's Eve, I'll say 350. Why do I go downward? Because it's holidays and the shorts will have fun. So I guess I'm predicting when at the end of the year, December 31st, the stock will be $3.50. But oddly, I'm predicting end of November, it'll be 375. And in the middle of December, it'll be 425. So you can hang me. They're going to hang me in the morning. All right. I know you're wondering how many shares of Railtown do we currently have in our book? And just like the pesky Blue Jays, the pesky retail investor keeps coming at the shorts, and they're wondering, who are those guys? We have 14,225,057 shares. 14,225,057 shares. That shows how great you guys are. That's amazing. That's bigger than any institutional holdings anywhere in Railtown that I'm aware of. You're first. You're first to market. You are best in class. You are battle tested. And you're about to make a lot of money, in my judgment. All right, so I was going to build a case, particularly across energy companies, for dividends, but I'm not ready to do it. I'm just trying to pull it together. So I think I'll skip that today. I started looking, you just Google it, Canadian dividend stocks, best Canadian dividend stocks. I started up there, and to my memory, there were two, maybe three in the oil and gas space, and I recognized them. I know that area. There's some others in other spaces that I'm not familiar with. But once we build equities position, once we have size in our accounts, maybe it's time to, we'll see, but it may be time to start earning income and live the life of Riley, whatever that means. Everybody already has told me I was living the life of Riley. I said, how'd you know I'm Irish? I don't even know what a Riley is. I have no idea what it is. All right, so the stock's last trade is 41.66, 41.5 to 43.64. The volume is 295,000 shares. With the last trade being 415 shares at 41.66. But just before that was another trade of 415 shares at 41.1. And I know you think it's crazy, but the difference between those two prices is enough for Flash Boy money to make a little bit of money. It's all about, picking your pocket one hay penny at a time. 0.415 to 0.4364. It's 107. Apparently, we're going to attack, bomb, and invade Venezuela, and that's not a war crime. That's not nothing wrong with that. We can get upset with by saying that Putin invaded Ukraine, but if Netanyahu invades the West Bank or invades Syria, which he will for the oil, or invades Lebanon, hey, just protecting ourselves. Now we joining in on the worldwide pillaging. We go for the oil in Venezuela. And that's what you always hear. You always hear it's for the oil. It's stuck in my head now that it's always about collateral for the banks. Yes, it's the oil, but it's about the collateral for the banks. I'm trying to look up the deadline. I just can't find a place to start. Maybe I should start at the very beginning. It's an excellent place to start. All right, let's see what's happening in the tennis today. Zverev beat Ugo. It's too bad. I know you guys were rooting for Ugo. FAA beat Mueller. That was a tight match. Mueller won the first set, and the next two went to the tiebreaker. Cerundolo beat Kecmanovic. Altmaier beat Ruud. Vacherot beat Rinderknecht. Sinner beat Bergs, which that's interesting. Bergs, he's not enough for Sinner. Devatovic beat the Frenchman A. Cazot. And Sonego beat Musetti. Wow. De Minaur beat Dalio from Canada. Bublik beat Mute. Finesca lost to Kachanov. That's interesting today. Djokovic isn't there. Well, that's not today. Today is Friday. So I read you scores from a while ago. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening today there. All right, let's look this up. I'll look at you go to SEDAR, SEDAR. It's unavailable. I said unavailable. No, it's available. Okay. It wants to put in railroad, not Railtown. Okay, go. It's proceeding. No, it's processing. It's processing to you and me. All right, let's go to your comments, see what you're saying. Going back, starting with Julie again. Good morning, Marty Party. 500 more. That's great, Marty. I'm going to write all this down. That's exactly what to do. 500 is not a small amount of shares. All right, so I have to go, which document would have it? Of course, it doesn't tell you. I guess I will try that one. I might have gotten it. Is this the 100? Yeah, this is 102 pages. I think that's where it is. It's very hard to read. Amalco. Oh, a confidentiality agreement. I wonder if it's included. That'd be interesting. I doubt it's included though. But that's what probably a lot of people had to sign, confidentiality agreements. All right, I can't find 102 pages. It took 9 months to draw them up. Surely you'll give me a few minutes to go through them. Agreement to amalgamate, the effective date. Forthwith on the effective date, the amalgamating company shall jointly file with the director the articles of amalgamation and any other such documents as may be required to give effect to the amalgamation. The amalgamation shall become effective at the effective time. That happens. The effective time happens on the effective date. Effective as of the effective time, the amalgamating company shall amalgamate I hope YouTube doesn't ban me for that. Is that a family term, amalgamate? The amalgamating company shall amalgamate to form Amalco and shall continue as one corporation under the Canadian Business Act or whatever it's called. For greater certainty, upon the amalgamation, we will stop using the word amalgamation and call it simply a merger. Upon the amalgamation becoming effective, the following shall occur and shall be deemed to occur without any further act or formality. A, the amalgamating companies shall be amalgamated and continue as Amalco. B, the amalgamating companies shall cease to exist as separate entities from Amalco. Immediately following the effective time, Amalco will be a direct, wholly owned subsidiary of the purchaser, who is Railtown. Amalco shall possess all the property, rights, privileges, and franchises and be subject to all liabilities, including civil, criminal, and quasi-criminal, and all contracts, disabilities, and debts of each of the amalgamating companies. Did I tell you this document's written very well? That's my opinion. All right, E, a conviction against or ruling ordered or judgment in favor of or against an amalgamating company may be enforced by or against Amalco. F, the articles of amalgamation shall be deemed to be the articles of incorporation of Amalco, and the certificate of amalgamation shall be deemed to be the certificate of incorporation of Amalco, and you never have to use the word amalgamate again. G, Amalco shall be deemed to be the party plaintiff or the party defendant, as the case may be, in any civil action commenced by or against an amalgamating company before the effective time. Pursuant to the amalgamation under section 2.3, company shares, including company shares issued upon the conversion of the company's convertible promissory notes, and subco shares issued and outstanding immediately prior to the effective time shall be exchanged or canceled as following. A, at the effective time, each share held by a dissenting shareholder in respect of which dissent rights have been validly exercised shall be canceled by the company without any further act or formality. The name of such dissenting shareholder shall be removed from their home and banished. Shall be removed from the shareholder register maintained by the company, and such dissenting shareholder shall be entitled to be paid the fair value of such a share by the company. Now that's an interesting point. If that's happening, why would you try to get your stock price up if you have a risk of having to pay out cash? I don't know if it matters, but that's an interesting observation I make. Number B, each company share outstanding immediately prior to the effective time, including the company shares issued upon the conversion of the company convertible promissory notes, other than the company's shares held by the purchaser or any dissenting shareholder who has validly exercised such holder's dissent right, shall, without further action by or on behalf of a holder of company shares, be canceled. This is AIP. And in consideration, therefore, companies share held, the purchaser shall deliver or cause to be delivered to the holder thereof for each company share held that number of purchaser shares as is equal to the quotient obtained by dividing 50 million, subject to reduction in accordance with section 2.4, by B, the number of company shares issued and outstanding immediately prior to the effective time, such ratio being the exchange ratio. Each subco share issued and outstanding immediately prior to the effective time shall be converted into one fully paid and non-assessable Amalco share. And D, as consideration for the issuance by the purchaser of purchaser shares to company shareholders pursuant to section 2.3b to effect the amalgamation, Amalco will issue the purchaser one Amalco share for each purchaser unit so issued. It is a good document. You have that going for you. (2.5) Company shareholder approval. This was what I was looking for. The company shall use reasonable best efforts to obtain approval of the amalgamation resolution without having to define amalgamation. The shareholder approval by way of a unanimous written consent resolution on or before the date that is 25 days following the date hereof, it being acknowledged that such approval may be accomplished by relying on Section 3.62 of the VTA. Will he ever return? No, he'll never return. His life is because he's stuck on the VTA. He's stuck on the VTA. I think that means voluntary transaction agreement. I couldn't find a copy of it, so I don't know what Section 3.62 of that agreement says, but I'm going to imagine that to get a unanimous written consent resolution does not require unanimous consent. I think it just requires some majority, and I'm sure they have that after all this time. All right, let's just read that to you one more time quickly. The company shall use reasonable best efforts to attain approval of the resolution on or before the date that is 25 days following the date hereof. So let's find out what the date hereof is, but also let's continue to pretend my life will never end. I want to find the execution time. That's the second goal I have here. It should be somewhere in the 102 pages. All right, subco shareholder approval on or prior to the effective date, subco shall obtain by unanimous written consent resolution of the purchaser as sole shareholder of subco the approval of the amalgamation. So I guess both sides have to approve the amalgamation. The effective date, section 2.10, the effective date, the amalgamation shall be effective at the effective time, which hasn't been defined as far as I can tell yet. I may have missed it. On the date that is the earlier of the date that is 3 business days after the satisfaction or waiver, subject to applicable laws, of the conditions set forth in Article 6, other than the delivery items to be delivered by the effective date and the satisfaction of those conditions that by their terms cannot be satisfied until the effective date, and such date as is mutually agreed to in writing by the parties the effective date. And the party shall execute the closing certificate confirming the effective date. So technically, we don't know that, but I think they gave us the formula as the latest it could be. The amalgamation will take place to the extent practicable and to the limit, subject to the availabilities of attorneys being present via electric document exchange and otherwise at the offices of Bennett Jones, LLP, Vancouver, British Columbia. All right, so we know that, whatever that was that we just found out. All right, again, they bring up the effective time without defining it. At the effective time and therefore subject to such changes as may be properly effected under the CBACA and the Articles of Amalgamation, the case may be. The name of Amalco shall be, finally, banished forever is the term Amalco. The name shall be AI Partnerships Corp. Or such other name as the purchaser and the company agree. It's going to be, the registered office is Vancouver. Directors, the board of directors of Amalco shall consist of 1 and a maximum of 10 directors. First director, Corey Brandolini, and he's a Canadian resident. All right, so let's go try to find. Let's go find the time. All right, they go through the complicated face-saving clawback that's, I think, kind of, you can count on 50 million shares being issued. So we don't have to study that. Right to certificates, okay. Let's not focus on that. It is a good document. In my opinion, it is very well written. Prior to the effective time. Yes, but when is it? When is the effective time? It's a hell of a thing reading a document. You take away all the fun you've had this day and all the fun you're going to have. Yes, yes, yes. So Railtown is in Burnaby, British Columbia. Bennett Jones is in Vancouver. AI Partnerships is in Toronto. Wildeboer and Dalichi is in Toronto. Time is of the essence. They have a time is of the essence clause. 9.4. Time is of the essence in this agreement. In the agreement, not outside of the agreement. Got you. Okay. It is the entire agreement. Yes. Later on, we'll have ice cream. It's signed per Corey Brandolini twice and Tom Core. Call in love. They include the articles. I wish I could figure out the time today. Maybe it's not worth all this effort. We do have to find the date hereof, which I assume is that, oh, the signature page, which we just passed, could be the date hereof. There is no witness. The parties have executed this amalgamation agreement on the date first written above. All right, let's go to the first date above. All right, on the first page it says execution version, doesn't have a date, October 6th. So if you add 25 to it, that's today. Now let me see if I can find a bloody definition of effective time. They have a long list of definitions. Define terms. They don't define A. Effective time. Effective time means the time on the effective date that the amalgamation becomes effective, which the parties shall agree to be 12:01 a.m. Vancouver time. Has that already happened? So the effective, let's read that again. The effective time means the time on the effective date, that's today, or unless they agreed to an earlier date, but we'll assume that it's today because why not? Take as much bloody well time as you want. So effective time means the time on the effective date, let's say it's today, I think it is, that the amalgamation becomes effective, which the parties agree shall be 12:01 a.m. Vancouver time on the effective date or such other time, the effective date as may be determined by the parties and confirmed by them in writing. So we don't know. They might have picked a different date, but it might already be effective. But there might be a lot of work to be done that it's effective as of. They still need signature. It may be effective, but there's filings and signatures and the electronic wires are going. But way I read this deal's already done. 12:01 a.m. Vancouver time on the effective date. Wouldn't that be great? They have all day today to write up the filing to put it in to the SEC, Canada's SEC. And maybe all my view that it's going to take until next week will be wrong for us to know that this deal is done and dusted. All right, I'm bored with that topic. Let's go back to the price. Last price, wow, last price, $43.65. Last price 0.4365, up 3 cents. The bid is 0.4151 and the ask is 0.4364. The volume is not particularly changed. It's 298,780 shares. Last trade was 236 shares at 0.4365. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Finger is 154.5. ZJYL is 22.82. Mountain is 301. G-Bucks is 15.99. So the bell of the ball today is Railtown for the first time in weeks. Railtown is up 3 cents while everything else is in the red, which is a real change in circumstance. All right, let's see what's happening to Railtown in Canada. It is up 2 cents. No. Wrong. It's up 5.5 cents. It's up 0.555 in Canada. It's trading at 70 cents. That's 20 cents above the deal that just got consummated. And well, now it's showing 59 cents. Well, now. It opened at 61 cents. And anyway, now it's showing the last trade at 59 cents. So I don't know where that first came from. What's the volume? 89,000. Everything is down. The Dow is down 160. Nasdaq's up. S&P is down. And Railtown is up. So I think that deal might already be effective as of midnight last night. I thought it was midnight, going to midnight tonight, and then it's effect. So that's why I didn't think the attorneys would hang out until midnight. But I guess they are a lot smarter than I am, and they figured, well, let's make it effective as of that first minute of the day. Then we have all day to get all the dots crossed and T's dotted and get it all done. And maybe they can file at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock whenever the SEC closes their computers, the Canadian SEC. That's pretty exciting. Maybe we'll know by the end of the day, or in the evening, or before the Blue Jays win the World Series tonight. All right, let's go through. Eric B. Even Tony added some yesterday. Be careful of that. I mean, that's great if he's for real, and I'm not saying he didn't do it, but I think Tony's in this game it's a possible explanation. It's just something to be wary of. This is a guy that came here and told you not to even get in this, and he bashed the idea, bashed me, and in my opinion, and said it has a going concern clause. That's the extent of his due diligence. Eric, I'm glad to have him on board and that he's positive. But what I want to caution people here about, I expect Tony to be school marmish cautionary and it's going to take forever. And of course, there'll be other ideas. So I expect Tony to indicate that he's selling. Let's say the stock goes to $5. He's going to come out with a big flare, I think, and say he's selling. Could be a higher price, I don't know. And he's going to try to get people to sell so the money's back in cash and it can go be churned up in GME or AMC, you know? So be careful. I think it's great that he added some to the extent that that helps people's confidence. But be careful of his agenda. Please, Railtown, you do not convert this Railtown investment into hot money. Do not be frightened out of it. Just because it goes up, you don't have to sell. And to repeat something that he can't understand, nor can his platinum blonde assistant understand, as Railtown's price goes up, there are going to be far fewer shares available to buy. So if you have 50,000 shares today and Tony Khan, let's not say he's going to do it. Let's say somebody like a Tony cons you into selling. Hey, it's a win for retail. You got to get out. Look over here. Roaring Kitty is talking about AME and you got to get into it. Come on over there. Look at my win. I'm the one that got you into Railtown, Tony will say. Even though, frankly, it was you that were in Railtown before he. But he'll take credit for it. And with that credit, which is fine, who cares? It's just whether you make money or not. But with that credit, he'll take that I don't know what word. I was going to say panache, but that's the wrong word. That cachet, I guess, over to some other idea. And if you turn this investment into hot money, you're going to regret it. You're going to regret it. There's no reason to get out of Railtown. That's subject to change as we go, of course. We've got to follow the overall macro market. We've got to follow the trends in the AI, let's call it Jim Altucher's name, the AI 2.0 space, all of that stuff. We got to follow revenues. But in general, before we can have any of that information, there's no reason to get out of Railtown. Anything that makes it go to $5 will make it go to $20. And there's no reason to get out at $20. Anything that gets it to $20 is likely to get it to my target of $55 by May 5th. And there's no reason to get out of it then. Because if you get out then, you create a tax obligation in sheltered accounts. But anything that makes it go to 55 might make it go to some much higher number. I'm not saying it'll, maybe it only is double or triple from there, but it could, who knows? In a buyout, there's no reason to turn this into hot money. That's what these guys' goal is. That's how they make their living. It's how they make their living. It's how, I'm telling you, you don't want this to be hot money. This is foundational. This is your home. This is of investments. This is your friend that will make your account whole, green, and large. causing you to be independent. And when you need to borrow some money, you're going to call up, instead of calling up Ma, hey, Ma, I need to borrow some money. What are you calling me for, son? I don't have any money. You know that. Since your father, he never works. Why are you calling? All right, Ma, don't worry about it. Or calling your brother. Hey, Tony, I need to borrow some money. Yeah, I'd love to help you, but, I just had to repair the car. And the wife, she needed some money for an operation. I'd love to help you, but call up your boss. I just gave you a raise. Why do you need more money? Instead of all that, this stock will be your friend. You can call it up when it's $50 or when it's NVIDIA stock at $100. Look, those targets are, wild ass guesses at this point. But when it's $100, you can call up. As long as you don't go overboard, it's your own discipline. You don't borrow more than maybe 5 or 10%. But you're in a bind. Railtown's going to be your friend. It might be called NVIDIA then. But if you turn it into hot money, you got to pay taxes. If you turn it into hot money, you got to listen to these dodo birds. Don't know anything. Tony's the guy that seriously told you shouldn't get into Railtown because it has a going concern clause. He got his degree in economics, which is crap. I can say that because I got my degree in economics. Last trade 42.76. We're now over 300,000 shares, 306,000 shares, 380. Last trade 600 shares, 42.76. Roadhouse. The bid is 22,500 shares, 41.51 to an ask at 43.6 of 12,500 shares. Anyway, Eric, I got off on a little bit of a tangent, but I'm glad Tony the Tiger added some. Just be careful of the advice he gives later. And his platinum blonde assistant, she said, wait, I don't understand. If I sell it, why wouldn't I be able to buy it back? Well, what might happen, and I am submitting to all of you, will happen, is as the stock price goes up, the counterfeiters will stop counterfeiting. The almost open checkbook to print shares that don't exist from the lending desk, that open line of credit will be cut off. Now, it doesn't mean they may do it a little bit in terms of the flash boy shit that goes on in our markets. So a handful of men can get rich, and the rest of us are wondering how we're going to replace our tires. Can you just rotate the back and we'll just replace two? I mean, they live in a different world. But that goes on in all stocks. But what goes down in these stocks is an unlimited flow of shares that don't exist. all made possible in the first instance by Bill Clinton's administration. And then I'm sure it was George W. Bush and Obama, their SEC appointments. And before you jump on me, I'm sure Trump didn't do anything about it. Nobody cares. It's too complicated. It's much easier to bomb a boat off of Venezuela than take a look under Adina Friedman's hood. All right, the bid is 42.01 and the ask is 43.6. So anyway, as the stock price goes up, two things are going to happen, in my judgment. And it's going to change the dynamics of your ability to buy shares. One is the mimeographing, the replicating, the hypothecating and rehypothecating, the selling of endless security entitlements to the public will cease. So when a guy goes in today or a gal goes in today or a red vanilla cake goes in today to buy 100,000 shares of stock, you can get it done. Right now, you could put in an order for 100,000 shares to buy at 43.65, 43 cents, and you'd be filled. Probably below the ask. Boom, and you go, wow, there's a lot of stock out there. It's not real stock. It's not real stock. They're creating these little chits, these little betting stubs that they can bet back and forth against each other using the science of the computers and the Fibonacci and the support, and it all works until it doesn't. But that's how they're doing it. And they do it across hundreds. They leverage their money. So you can go in as a wise investor and you can buy 100,000 shares. You can buy 500,000 shares without moving the price. I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible. The price is up in Canada. The price isn't here. You can see it. Yesterday's fine. Today's fine. There's 300,000 shares already today. In Canada earlier, it was 90,000. It's probably a little bit more now. But without looking it up, it's 3-to-1. Maybe it's 2.5-to-1. Whatever. But you get the point. Canada's where the price matters. Here's where the churning is. It's all automatic. No thinking. It's all by the flash boy computers. So right now, the wise investor, she says, I'm going to buy all the stock I want right now. And she gets it done. And she gets 9 more shares than her goal. It's incredible. So that's one thing. That availability of endless security entitlements created by the stock loan desk, it'll stop. There'll be some, but not on this scale. That line of credit will be cut off for the fly-by-night boys and the swing like Tarzan boys. So what's the other thing that'll go on? I already gave you an example, but companies like Mavericks, Omer's Ventures, the list on every single funding announcement of all these companies, Sequoia, Google Ventures, I showed you, I can't remember any of them. I showed you a list of the top 20 technology, 30 maybe, technology companies. You can Google it in Canada, investment companies. You start getting these people buying, just pick one. I hate to use him as an example again, but he's the most logical example. John Ruffalo co-founded AIP. He knows the power of consolidating or rolling up software companies, because he and his investors funded Constellation Software when it was 100 million or less in market valuation, on its way to 100 billion. He's a logical buyer. Now, is he going to, his Mavericks 2 fund? I showed you it. The minimum investment was something like $50 million. I think it was $40 to $50 million. The prerequisite was a company doing 10 million in annual revenue to 100 million in annual revenue, and he wanted it to be a quiet, a non-managing investor, a minority investor. All right, take $50 million. It's logical he'd buy into Railtown. He said, when he and his 2 buddies said to Railtown, "We like you so much, why don't you come buy us?" He's done his due diligence on Railtown. Roadhouse. So 50 million. Let's just say it takes so long to get approval from himself to do it that he decides to step into the market at $5 a share. How many shares could he buy for 50 million? That's right, 10 million shares. Where are those 10 million if he's able to buy it at $5? Remember, the print boys aren't going to be printing. The loan boys aren't going to be loaning. The cheaters aren't going to be cheating. That's all stopped. There's no endless supply anymore at $5. And he comes in to buy 10 million shares at $5. Who's going to sell it to him? Tony will sell his shares because he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have the experience to believe in what he's doing. He's just a trader. You don't want to be traders. This trading like this churning of your own account, it's insane. It's insane. And it's a sign of the financialization of the markets and desperation, I'm sure. So when he goes in, let's say, to buy 10 million shares at $5, he won't find it at $5. He might get a 500,000 off. And then the price starts rising. And he doesn't want to show his entire order because the price would go much higher. So he works it. Well, if he's the only one working it, he might get to his 10 million shares by Christmas or Kwanzaa. Or Martin Luther King Day. Or not. Or not. Because if other buyers come in, there's not going to be enough stock. There will not be enough stock. So you got 2 things happening. The printing presses are shut down. And the buying comes in and can't find enough stock to buy. So the price has to go up. And there still isn't enough stock to buy. So if you listen to Tony the Tiger and the Platinum Blonde Jane, Oh, Tarzan, you're so incredible. You swing both ways. She goes, wait, I don't get it. If I sell, I can't buy back? That is the logic of someone who has not thought it through, and I'd submit further, is incapable of thinking it through by lack of experience. So in my example, and I don't know if he'll do it, but let's say Tony Tiger comes in to you and says, hey, that's a win for retail. I've counted it on my chart. I'm getting out. You should get out. You're going to have to wait months, quarters for revenues. It's going to take forever to prove it up. If you listen to him and get out, and look, if it's not he, it'll be somebody else doing it. That guy, one of the charm boys that came in, and he's all for it, and then he's out and he's on to these other stocks. He came on here, blasted one of you. Oh, I'll stand up with you. You want to argue? I'll meet you anywhere. You want to do business with a guy like this? But he doesn't care about you. What he wants is your equity, and your equity is about to go from on 14 million shares, $7 million at $5. It could be $85 million. I can't do the math in my head, the arithmetic. $90 million. They want that equity. And he's not going to have any compunction about going to a CEO and I said, well, I got this audience that I told them to buy Railtown, even though he was in it for a nanosecond. And I've got a big investor down in Puerto Rico, even though it's somebody else's investor. And I got, so sign here. I just want 25 grand a month, and I want 200,000 shares free to trade, whatever the story is, and I'll be an expert on it. And I'll go out and I'll pump it up and I'll get those people to sell, and we can have a space call and you can talk about it, and you can tell everybody that you're fighting the shorts. And the next thing you know, our 90 million at $5, half of it's gone to a Benedetto bomb or a Benedetto Beauty, a Borders bomb. You don't want to do it. Don't do it. But anyway, if Platinum Blonde's logic, if you can call it that, does a brain the size of half in a hollowed out pea experience logic? Anyway, her logic is, well, if I sell it, wait, I can't buy it back. And then Tony, the tiny toes tiger, goes, yeah, right. Because his brain is the other half of the hollowed out pea. At least when it comes to due diligence and fundamental stories and all that. I'm only talking in the abstract. I'm sure these people are great people, and one should always be kind to your web-footed friends. A duck may be somebody's mother. So if you listen to whoever comes to you, when it's $4, $5, $6 and tells you it's a win and I've sold and I'm moving over to this company and it's got AII, it's got gold, and it's got Bitcoin in its treasury, and it's got whales, and there's a 50 billionaire behind it, and it's over in Timbuktu, and and they're gonna make it go, and wow, and the CEO's on your side. Whoever comes to you with that message, they're against you. They're not your friend. They're not your friend. So let's follow her logic. You sell, let's say when Maverick starts buying at 5.25, she doesn't know where the buying's coming from. She can't process that it's just the beginning of a large order and maybe the beginning of many large orders. Wait, if I sell, I'm not going to be able to buy back? Guys, you can't listen to this insanity. So if you sold, let's say you had 100,000 shares and you sold just as Mavericks, in my example, is starting to buy 10 million shares, but he doesn't show his whole hand. And he buys his first, let's say 500,000 shares around $5. You sell your 100 because you feel like, wow, I got to win. I'm so smart. Well, and I'm only picking on Mavericks because he's the logical buyer. There'll be other buyers. But I also know he raised 500 to 700 million in cash to do just this thing. I also know he's the founder of AIP. I also know he asked Railtown to buy AIP. Very logical source of buying demand. So you sell your 100,000 shares at 5, but you're not thinking, where's this buying coming from? You just think it's short covering or hot money, and you're in such a hurry to follow Tony back over to AME because it's worked so many times for you. Well, okay, you saw. You made 11, 12 times your money. You get on 100,000 shares, $500,000, maybe a little more. You feel like a king or queen, or a red velvet cake with vanilla ice cream gender. And you're like walking around proud. Wow, wow. Hey, look what I did. This is amazing. And I'm so smart. And I'm using him as an example. I'm not saying for sure he'll do this, but Tony's taking credit for the whole investment, and you say, God, I made this because of Tony. I'm going to go back over to AME. And your money goes over there to die. It goes up, you overpay, drifts back down as the shorts start taking money out of the market. And let's say 30 days later, Mavericks has filled out their order, 10 million shares, and they do it like a pro. Takes them a few weeks, goes from $5, but they finish it out at $17.50. Their blended price might be $9. And you're looking at the screen, $17.50. I had 100,000 shares of this. Now I'm in AME. I better get back over in to, and a lot of people never get back in. But assuming you're one of the ones that admits, hey, I might have been wrong, I got to get back over in there. I'm going to put my order in at $17.50. Remember, there's no endless supply of fake shares anymore. And by that time, one fund, Mavericks in my example, has taken 10 million shares out of the float. It's not available. They didn't buy it for an average price of 9 so they could sell it back to you at 20. They don't do that. They bought it to own it, and to own it for years if necessary. It's part of their portfolio. That stock's off the market. So who are you going to buy your 100,000 shares from? You're not. There isn't 100,000 shares available at 17 and a half or 20. And you might have to walk your order up all the way to 25 before you find 100,000 shares available. Of course, these are examples, not exact life. There won't be supply from the criminals. Of course, they think they're entitled. And there won't be supply because there simply isn't very many shares in the available flow. Because institutions and intelligent investors, by intelligent I mean well-informed, will have taken that stock off the market. So if you follow the advice to go do a hot trade somewhere, because you got to win and you could always come in back later, this isn't the stock to do that with. When Lou suggested to you to get out of GTII and buy COSM, even if you paid the maximum price on COSM and lost money on your trade on COSM, you got out of GTII while it had value. That is different than here. If you get out of this, you won't be able to get 100,000 shares back, and you won't be able to do it at a nice price. So just be careful, Eric, of what Tony the Tiny Paw Tiger recommends. It may not be he. Someone will. There will be someone coming to you clamoring for you to listen to this new CEO, this new story, and what's that cat? Roaring Kitty. Come listen. You got to move. You got to. Don't be hot money. Don't turn it into hot money. And what's your reward if you're steadfast? I think what your reward is, Railtown gets bought out. That's a prediction, not a promise. But I think Railtown gets bought out. They're partners with NVIDIA, partners with AMD, partners for a long time with Microsoft. And that's just 3 companies. All right, enough on that lecture. Account settings. How are you, account settings? Happy Halloween. And don't forget to pray for the souls of people you love and care about and think about on All Souls Day. G. Diddy. G. Diddy did it. I never saw the 50,000 go across, so it must have been filled in pieces. But good for you, G. Diddy. That is a fantastic. That is fantastic. Good for you, G. Diddy. You're taking advantage of this. And I think the stock's showing strength. Where's it coming from? Is it because the AIP deal got finished this morning? I don't know. But it's 306,000 shares. And G. Diddy, this position you just bought, maybe you paid 2 cents more than you wanted a share. I don't know. but you're not going to have to wait very long. Nag. Good for you. Congratulations, G Diddy. I know that you're far more well-heeled than I am and more skilled, but I'm proud of you. I really am. I'm proud of all of you. All of you. Clay Schoolfield. Hi, William. I've been listening online but staying quiet. I am still holding strong, but really anxious to see some good progress. Bought 4,800 more shares for a total. Good for you, Clay. Wow. Proud of you, too. Okay, let me talk about what you bring up. I'll try not to talk about it too long. But Clay, we're so, and me too, by the way. I don't look, because it'd make me gag with a spoon, but I got wiped out in, I'm not going to use, look, one of you out there, little tattletale, I guess, called Ham and said, "Oh, William's talking about you on the lives." Let me make you clear three things. One, I'm always careful, or try to be careful, not to say anything negative about him. I mean, if I lump him in with the charm boys, as I call them, well, you sleep with fleas, you get up with dogs. The second thing is whatever's going on, I did nothing wrong. I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to get complicated on that. And the third thing is, you guys ask me about it. Sometimes you guys are, not all of you, but some of you are investors. You truly want to understand, or you're just trying to point out to everyone here that I'm a big loser. Whatever. I take the path of answering the question with as stripped down and simple explanation of what happened, just what happened. But I don't bring it up. All right, I'll leave it all there. So I almost actually mentioned him, and I don't want to do that. So I lost a lot of money in CRTD. I lost a chunk of money in MMTLP. I got crushed in finger motion calls primarily, but then I had to liquidate the stock. When I went down to do that movie, where are you? What, are you dead? Why aren't you there? They're waiting for you. I show up, no one's there. Like the Rodney Dangerfield line. I knew a girl. She called me up. She said, "Stop by. There's nobody home." I went to see her. There was nobody home. There wasn't anybody there. But I lost money in GTII. Massive. I got hit hard, unfortunately, to cap it off with the logic. I think I'm going to have to write a letter to Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell about that one. And I lost in, there was one other, wasn't there? Vocal I lost, GTII I lost, Finger I lost. MMTLP I lost. Logic I lost. And then all the little trades in the other ones were mostly losing trades. COSM in and out either for a small loss or a small gain. Didn't matter. But so anyway, Clay, I got crushed in all of those. And my electric system is trained. Oh, I got to trade. Oh, I got to listen to this call. Got to try to make that money back. If I do this, I do that. And then I'm waiting for the news and it's going to kick in. And so I have all that withdrawal symptoms. I have the tremors from withdrawing from all that trading. But on June 5th, I think it was, yeah, June 5th, I took a deep breath, took a deep plunge. I just showed you the chart of Railtown, and that must have been what was going on in my head because Railtown popped up just before I did that. So I paid like 37 cents or so, no, 34.7 cents, I think, something like that. I paid more than most people did after they listened to me over the next week or two because the stock went down to 22 cents right after I did it. So I lost a third or 40% of my money right away. And I sold GDC, I sold Finger, I sold whatever the hell and whatever the hell. And I was nervous these are going to squeeze because my electricity's set up for that. Oh my gosh, I'm going to miss out. I'm going to miss out. They got the whales, I know, and I know that's good information, and they're saying it on the call. But I was going to do it, why don't you just sell a little, buy a little? Yeah, I was going to do all that, but I just ripped the Band-Aid off, took a deep breath, I did it all. Now, I don't have a big account anymore, and it's mostly my IRA, but I did it. And sure enough, the stock went down for the next 2 weeks. I didn't watch the other stocks. I was so afraid that was it G-Bucks or I think it was G-Bucks was going to go, and I was afraid, because I'm all in that electricity, that addiction, that sickness. So that's when I started talking about Railtown. And my point to you, Clay, is I thought, as you know, that the AIP deal was going to be completed momentarily, or at least an LOI was going to come out momentarily, because the announcement on February 11th said that they would get it done in weeks. June was many weeks later than February 11th. And the stock was trading well. Everything I got from talking to different people was there's a lot of action going on soon. Well, I don't have to relive it with you. Nothing really happened in June. Nothing happened in July. I'm going to give myself a pass on August, even though people told me things were going to happen in August. I told everybody nothing's going to happen in August. And then we've had kind of a helter-skelter, hitchy-catchy September and October, which is ending today. October's ending today. And really nothing's happened. I mean, the stock price went up, probably hot money, getting wind that they were going to make an announcement. I don't know what made it run, but it ran up, and then the announcement comes much more in the form, essentially, of an LOI, more of a we intend to buy AIP, even though they put in there they had 52% of the vote, because they had all these legal lawyerly clauses, there can be no assurance. And so the news was met with abject boredom, ennui, which has a slightly different definition. Ennui is when you read Jean-Paul Sartre while you're smoking a Gitane cigarette and you're sitting around with other equally dispossessed or exiled friends. But anyway, it's been tough. We haven't really heard, there has been no news, Clay, to confirm the things I'm putting out there. And so I got to caution you. You have learned, Clay, what goes on in these markets. All those other stocks you're hearing about and the ones I've been in, it's all, the worst thing to do is if you made money in them. It's just all a cesspool. And they're not real stocks. There's no interest on Wall Street in cleaning it up. It's an avenue for a relatively small group of men to steal, if you believe the research, to steal trillions of dollars a year without paying taxes. And I don't know why, I'm not saying you, Clay, but a guy like me thinks I'm ever going to be able to fight that. So anyway, Clay, then you transfer, not you personally, I should say, I'll just talk about myself. I bring all of those painful experiences over to Railtown. Well, that's not Railtown. If Railtown were a private company, it'd already be. Did I show you poolside raising money at $12 billion valuation? On 50 million in revenue? That's private Wall Street money, smart money. If you assume Railtown gets to that kind of revenue without rolling up any companies, 50 million. Remember, that's just forward moving revenue. That's a $53 stock price target. And if you can't, not you, Clay, if one cannot change your frame of reference, if one cannot change one's frame of reference and accept that this is a different kind of story, why is it available? It's a good question. Why are we so lucky to have this stock available? I would submit that it's a combination that these two gentlemen started early. They met 6 years ago approximately, and they're solving a software crisis in the largest market in the world, and they intentionally started early to create the AI agents ready for NVIDIA data blocks, data centers, and infrastructure. They consciously prepared to be early. But what's the downside of being early? There wasn't a flood of money coming in. There wasn't, nobody was paying 250x. No, there just weren't these waves of capital. So how did they get started? On a shoestring. Their own money from selling previous software companies, friends and family, other investors that were with them, and they got started. And they started building this out early to solve a real problem, beta testing it along the way. They called Microsoft, and in the presentation, I mean, I wrote notes from his presentation. I played it to you, and you can find it. I really, Clay, I can understand there's a lot of promises made, a lot of assurances, a lot of predictions on all these other stocks. But there's nothing as detailed as the presentations which Corey gave. And there are no charm boys here. There's no promoters. I'm not paid to do it. I wonder what the hell I'm doing sometimes. Literally, I'm an older guy. I've spent a year on this now. But I think I'm doing the right thing. And I think, and I pray, I hope, that a lot of people who were hurt by whether it was intentional or not doesn't matter, but by the process of either getting stocks to go up because there's going to be a short squeeze, or just being an outright promoter paid for IR, and there it is to see, and Clearview, and COSM, and there's another one. Anyway, whatever the reason, that all of that stuff, these are all promises, fork tongue type stuff. This started before any of that. And anyway, Corey said, and maybe you think he's lying, I don't know. And I'm not upset by that. People can have their opinion. But 4 years ago, and this presentation was made almost 2 years ago, year and a half ago, they wrote a white paper. They then spent, after they wrote that, they then got some funding. They spent 3.5 years of training what he calls their machines. It's software. They've changed the words so they can confuse you and put it in hedge funds. But these large language models and these agentic agents, it's all software to me. So they addressed from the beginning a very large and expanding vertical market, as opposed to chat, which is horizontal, goes across the internets. They addressed a very large and expanding vertical market of companies, software. Then they created, over the last years, a large beta testing universe. You know what beta testing is? It's when you put out your software or your cloud-based technology, you put it out to a group of users. Google did it. I was one of the beta testers. A friend of mine sent me an email. It was beta. It's how I got my Gmail account. And they work out the kinks. It's like opening a restaurant, and the first night, second night, third night, the dinners are free, the drinks are free, because you're just practicing how the restaurant's going to work, training the staff. So they created a large beta testing universe. I think when Corey says a large beta testing universe, he's not talking about 10 people. He's not talking about 10 companies. I think when he says large, he means large. The next thing, they made sure that their machine was integrated with all developer tools out there. It could read and process and work with all software developer tools out there. Universal. He said that Railtown, because of this early mover advantage, Railtown is in fact the first mover in this issue they addressed. He said, this is a passion play for myself and Marwan. We've developed software for over 2 decades. This is a real problem we can solve. It gives him purpose. Basically, their goal is to remove from software development teams the mundane tasks. Just take it off your plate. It's done automatically. They also want to take away the problems, what's the word? Locate the problems before they occur, but they take that on with the agent so the software teams don't have to all come to a halt to focus on that. And they can rest assured that the agent is going to find the problem and come up with suggestions, all tools, and they'll come up with a suggestion in English that everybody can read, or Spanish or Japanese. So I think he created with Marwan what they called the application general intelligence agent, which I think is their product. So he emphasized, we've been working on this and we've been working at this for a long time. This isn't like Poolside or Chainline, who just started a year ago or 2 years ago. These guys have been working on it a long time. And they bring, because they're older, they bring 2 or 3 decades of software experience to the task. Then he said, he might have said we spoke, with Microsoft. That's Microsoft, that's the company currently valued at $4 trillion, $5 trillion. It's a company that has most computers use their software. It's a company of Bill Gates. Microsoft, MSFT. They spoke with Microsoft early, he said, early on in the process, and Microsoft were interested. That's all he said. What do you think that means, Clay? What do you think that conversation really was? Hey, pal, you bought my last company from me. I sold my last company to Microsoft, and you were the contact. You headed it up. No one's told me this. I'm making it up. This is what Marwan and I are going to do. Are you doing it? Well, explain it to me. No, I don't. We're not doing that. Do you know anybody else that you're investing in that's doing it? No. So Microsoft said they were interested. That's how I translate that. You might translate it differently, of course. So they immediately became part of Microsoft Partners. And then as time went by, they became part of the MSP, the Microsoft MSP Solutions. And then they were bundled in. I know it's been a few weeks since I listened, but I think that's literally bundled in with Azure, Microsoft Azure, and GitHub. GitHub is owned by Microsoft. Well, I guess, Clay, that all sounds like GTII buying a law firm to you. I guess fair enough. Fair enough. But this didn't come from a charm boy. This comes from the CEO in a public presentation to the world, the CEO of Railtown, almost 2 years ago. He said, we're battle tested. Our machines are battle tested. Our AI helps. It's self-learning. It helps build our AI. So by starting early, it's getting better and better and better. It's trained, basically. He said 2 of our first 3 machines, I guess he called them, that we created were launched, Clay, with Microsoft. You can go to Railtown's website and see their partners there. Microsoft is there 3 times. Of course, you can doubt it. It could be another CRTD owns a bunch of plump pictures of plump centerfolds from Penthouse. It must be that because everything I'm in, it's that. So this must be the same. I submit to you that's, I don't know what to call it. That's a learned response that is relevant to all those crappy companies, but it's not relevant here. But I have sympathy if you don't agree with that. So the 2 of the first agents they created, they launched with Microsoft. Yeah, that sounds just like Trento Mines. Yeah, that's probably bullshit. I want to see proof. He then went on to say, we are an SaaS software solution, a software as a service solution. Therefore, we have high margins. Our machines have high margins. We made sure that our agents, our product, is easy to sell to everybody, he said, because we can work with any development team using any development tool, using any developer's language. So we can sell to the entire universe. We're not limited. So they created the generative AI Copilot, which I think is a registered name to them, a branded name. And the whole goal is to increase productivity and cut costs. I mean, it's typical product goal. So then he started talking about it. What did developers do? Developer teams do? He said 20% of a typical developer team's day is used writing code. If you want to state it a different way, 20% of the cost of paying for a developer's team goes to improving a company's software, 20% only. He said, this is a really big problem we're addressing. He said 40% of he called them devs, 40% of devs' time is fixing problems. And his argument is that's a waste of time, a waste of money. We can create an AI agent called a application general intelligence agent to do that work automatically and self-learn and do it in a vertical data set that protects companies' information and never gets out onto the internet. He brought up Rogers Communications data breach, but that was almost 2 years ago. I don't remember it. He then referenced Stripe, which is a software company, Stripe. They wrote a study, and he referenced it, so it's out there. I should look that up so I can show you. Stripe's report said with developer teams, there's a 42% productivity loss with all developers taking care of mundane tasks and software issues. That is the problem. Putting it another way, 40% of what all companies spend on software developer teams is wasted money. I mean, they have to do it, so I guess it's not wasted, but it doesn't help the mission of making money. Marwan and Corey created an AI agent to fix that. Now, you could say he's lying, of course, and you need to see it. But I would submit to you, if he's lying, he's going to prison. So he said, he translated that report as saying what development teams are doing are spending 40% of their budget debugging. So they created root cause, release notes, Scrum Master, which they've changed all their names. And the granddaddy, he said, is Scrum Master. I think that's now what they call Conductor. He emphasized what we're doing is a targeted language model, not a large language model. They target their language within a company's data set, and then it becomes self-learning, but it stays in that set. This is very much a match to the Constellation software model of vertical markets software. And it's not quite the same, but it's similar concept. It's a perfect match, obviously, in the heads of the founder of AIP. So the data stays private. Then Marwan came on. It's clear those guys work very well together. And he said, we're like a orchestra. We're a platform, and it gathers the data. It, I don't know what I wrote here, senses or sees the data, but it does it all real time in the cloud. And it's information that can be shared. And it acts as a conductor to all the different teams, all the different languages, all the ping and back and forth of all the computers. And it processes it all. The conductor keeps it going, and it processes it all into I don't have the terms, but what they found, how they found it, and how to fix it. And it goes to everybody in plain English. He called it a large ingestion machine. They just absorb all the data. And then he went on talking about their Copilot #1 works with Microsoft Cloud. And it again works with all the different languages, software languages. Marwan said, we are basically triage. I'm not a doctor, but when there's a problem in a company's software, you're going to take a team in there and spend a lot of money throwing the team at it. It could take hours, it could take days, weeks. Their AI agent locates and maybe doesn't solve it, it could, but it comes up with a recommendation. Corey came back on, he said, we've spent a lot of time, and obviously money and people. We spent a lot of time training our agents to capture 100% of every bug, every software bug, 100%. That's a head start nobody has. Or few anyway. Then they translate everything into English, he said. And then he talks about the release note, Copilot, works with Slack, works with other. They did release notes. And he re-emphasized that our first 2 agents were launched with Microsoft. I don't know, I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds good to me. And then the third product, the third agent, is Scrum Master. And he said what we're trying to do is allow development teams to congregate, converse, communicate with an app on a humanistic level. That's what the Scrum Master is. I believe that's now called Conductor. And then he went to his next slide and he said, how big a market are we addressing? How big of a market are we addressing? He said it is gigantic. That was his word. And it's growing. He quoted a statistic in the past, so this was 2 years ago, and it was at least a year prior to that. So that I guess that would be maybe 2022, maybe it's 2021. But he said there has been $11 billion spent in that year on development tools, 11 billion. And, that's not the massive number that I've used before, but if they get a 3% penetration of that number, that's 330 million a year in revenue. Poolside, which is estimated to do forward revenue of 50 million, just raised money at a $12 billion valuation, which you could not participate in. But you can be assured that you know what's going on. You just can't participate in it. So anyway, he talked about the 11 billion history, but then he said, going forward, $300 billion in added cost to companies is going to be paid for software development. annually. He then clarified it's good money, it's money well spent, because when it's not really a cost, because you're going to get the benefit of the productivity, new clients, and save time, save costs. But he emphasized they're not going to have a choice. Everybody else is, you got to keep up with the Joneses. That's my word. So then he quoted GitHub, and then one of their top guys said that AI assisted development tools will cause the growth in GDP worldwide annually of $1.5 trillion. So I guess conceptually he's trying to match that up. If companies spend 300 billion, they'll grow their top line to 1.5 trillion. I guess that's what he's saying. He went back over the Microsoft Copilot and Microsoft relationship. And then he talked about how this is monetizable in these revenue streams. Anyway, that's what he talked about. So how come we're so lucky to have a chance to invest if it's so good? Why is the stock 44 cents? This sounds like GTII, CRTD, MULN, MMAT, ZJYL, GBUCks, GDC, which I guess is in the middle of a potential positive result. How come? This is just the same. I hear what you're saying, but it's all noise. The stock price is still down. Why do we have such an opportunity? Well, I think it boils down to two broad timing issues. One was these guys got started 6 years ago. So as they spent their own capital, spent their friends' capital, and started looking ahead, and their business was growing, their success was growing, hey, we got to raise some money. So they came on the over-the-counter market with the intention, I think it's idiotic, but they don't know that, of raising money in the U.S. markets. Remember, they started early. They have no conception when the compute power is going to catch up with their build out. So I think that's one thing, is they went on the over-the-counter market. They went on the Canadian market before that. Canadian stocks are notoriously destroyed by clients of Canaccord Genuity. And of course, once you're on the over-the-counter market in the United States, it's like that movie Running Man with Richard Dawson and Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's just fun slaughter for Wall Street. So I think that's one reason. Unfortunately, they listed on the over-the-counter market. On the other hand, it gives us the opportunity to buy into a company. I just showed you, Poolside. I showed you the other day a company that does 10 million in revenue, Lang Chain, that raised money at $1.25 billion. 10 million in future revenue. Not booked revenue, estimated future revenue. You don't have comps to GTII. You don't have comps to Finger Motion. You don't have comps to MMAT, although some of these companies I really like. You don't have comps to what's the value of a squad full of faded penthouse magazines. There are comps here. It's real. It's the wind at your back. I guess recent experience, it's like, I don't know. I guess it would be like your father taking, it never happened to me, by the way, but your father taking you down to some lady of the night bordello uh, when you turned 18 and you spent some time there with these women. And I'm not saying anything bad about those women. I actually uh, kind of admire the directness of what they do. But then maybe you go to your high school prom with the homecoming queen. That didn't happen to me. I was in the homecoming court, but not in the queen went to the prom with the quarterback. But anyway, you go with the homecoming queen. It's that kind of comparison. It's a complete different experience. But when you're going out with the homecoming queen, you behave and you respond as if she were one of the ladies of the night. You're not going to get a good experience if you take those reactions you learned at the bordello. Well, that's the way it used to be. Today, all the women are, young women seem to be pretty shameless. But anyway, it's the only example I can think of. If you are now on this date with this elegant woman, it's a different experience. But if you can't adapt, you're going to screw up. You're going to screw up. So my first reason that we're so lucky to have this opportunity is because the company didn't know when, for lack of a better, I hate this, it's not a word, when the compute power and the wall of capital was going to catch up with their having been early in the development. They intentionally built an agent that could only work when the compute power came in place. They didn't know. So the stock, for whatever reason, apparently built a large short position. In the last count by Tom Ronk was 52 million shares short. Now, I don't emphasize that for two reasons. One is I think there's a lot of arbitrage with the Canadian stock price. And two, I just don't want people thinking about this as a short squeeze. And I hope the stock does not squeeze. But the fact is, by being in the United States market and the Canadian markets, the criminals play. So that's one aspect why the stock is available at these depressed prices. Had Railtown stayed private and met, I don't know, Madison Dearborn, they'd have a pre-seed round, a seed round, a Series A, a Series B, a Series C. And Clay, you'd be reading about it just like you read about Poolside, raising up to $2 billion at a $12 billion valuation with a projected $50 million in revenue. $12 billion. But you'd be reading about it. And you'd be confident. It's in data tech and Crunchbase and Yahoo and Bloomberg. You'd be confident. You'd know all about it, but you couldn't invest in it. OpenAI, that chat that I showed you yesterday, they're planning on going public at $1 trillion. That's where you can invest in that. And you'll know all about it. You'll see something. Anyway, that's number one. They decided to go public in the North American markets under $5, needing capital, and that's just a recipe to be destroyed, at least in America, in Adina Friedman's markets and Chuck E. Cheese Cromwell's markets. And Wagner doesn't care, SEC doesn't care, Congress doesn't care, journalists don't, nobody cares. So that's number one. Number two, why is it available? Well, almost simultaneously, a little bit of a delay, 3 or 4 highly talented, highly experienced fellas got together in Canada. And they said, you know, the government is putting a push on AI, sovereign AI. The government is putting up money to incubate and aid. The government is funding some of these think tanks like Mila and others to help with the knowledge base. The governments in Canada, we are promoting AI. And you know what? Canada's perfect for it. We've got the energy. We've got the cold water. And NVIDIA, we know because we've been studying it, NVIDIA now is releasing the brick that can create the compute power in data centers that can make this happen. Why don't we start a network where we can lock up the best AI startups, software companies, who will have revenue, and some already do. Why don't we lock them up in a network, and then we'll start rolling them up a la the model of Constellation Software, where we were the initial investors. Why don't we replicate Constellation Software model where they went into vertical markets, but they did it on very small revenue companies at first. We'll do that same thing in AI. Yes, they're newer, to an extent less proven, but this is the hot new market and the margins are incredible. Why don't we do that? That sounds like a great idea, said the former CEO and president of the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement System. This isn't some guy that had a law firm who lived in Puerto Rico and lived in Michigan. This isn't some guy in the middle of South America that speaks Spanish and met some guy and they have a quasi-reserve report that says there's gold in them thar hills, but infrastructure needs to be built, and Trento's worth all this, and wow, GTII will be. This isn't that. It's not a content creator vehicle like Vocal with a subscription model and a library of nudes that no one cares about anymore. All those nudes, they're in their 80s now. But if your electricity, your scars are telling you Railtown's just the same, and you better see some news soon. I submit, and I'm not talking directly to you, Clay, I submit that you're falling into a trap that the flash boys and the hot boys and the charm boys and the system wants you to fall into. So what was the second is the second reason I think we're so lucky to have this opportunity? Well, Railtown went out with its product ready to commercialize it, and they started these massively well-attended conferences. And I don't know if it was AI After Dark in British Columbia or whatever it was, but they went into that and they met Mike Nobrega, Dr. Tom Core, and John Ruffalo, who had founded AI Partners with the idea of rolling up AI companies and creating the next juggernaut like Constellation Software. They ran into it. Well, what is the problem AI Partners has? AI Partners has the problem that Logic had. I think they could have worked through it probably better than Logic did. But if they want to roll up revenue, they're going to have to talk to multiple companies at the same time and get them to all buy in as if all the companies came in at the same time, rather than doing it one company at a time. This wasn't something Brent could see, although I pointed it out to him. So Logic took the first company. They didn't discuss it with all 8. So instead of rolling in $1 billion worth of value, they rolled in the shit company that was working in collusion with RE advisors, in my judgment, destroying anything good out of that. Massive creation of shares. So this company that RE advisors had a third-party report that they paid for, valued at $10 a share, and RE advisors with Chadron funded it, and for a year and a half, it's $10 to $11 a share. Well, then RE advisors, clients, in my judgment, destroyed and stole the entire market cap of collective audience, and then that left Logic with no money. RE raised $5 million and gave 2.5 to the attorneys, 2.5 to the financial types, and left both collective audience and Logic with no money. You can draw your own conclusion, but that's a setup to fail. Why? Because their clients are shorting everything. It's obvious. So what Brent did, he had 8 companies, 7 or 8 companies that were willing to roll into Logic. But instead of gathering them or talking to all of them, somebody showed up in a Rolls Royce and said, "Attaboy," and he signed with the first one. And it wiped Logic out. That's kind of the problem the AIP Partners faces, although I think those 3 guys, with their skills and their ability to raise money, could have worked through it. But there's a magnitude of that problem that exists. So what's the solution? Well, let's pick one of the companies that already has revenue in our network and let them buy us. So then when we go negotiate with the other companies, we already have heft. We already have revenue. So they had 165 companies to choose from. John Ruffalo, Mike Nobrega, and Dr. Tom Core, and the guy from IBM. And they said, after studying Railtown's conductor, you guys should buy us. Now, you don't see that, I guess, Clay, because it was announced in February, it was filed, and then October 6th, a lot of detail was filed, but you don't see it. You want to see something soon. But I'll tell you what, those filings indicate to me that the founders of AIP asked and agreed and desired to be bought, to be purchased by Railtown. To me, that's confirmation that Conductor is kick-ass. But you don't see it because you and I still think that the stock price means something. It doesn't mean jack shit. Anyway, so the second reason I think we have this opportunity is, and I blame it on the attorneys. I guess I could blame it on the regulators. I could blame it on that we don't know that behind the scenes, the whole opportunity has snowballed in just a ginormous, more complicated transaction. It could be that. It could be that Railtown said, sure, we'll buy you, but we want you to get a ROFR from 165 companies that gives us 18 months or 2 years or whatever, right of first refusal to buy the company. It could be something like that. But all we do know for a fact, these two companies met in November at the AI After Dark conference in British Columbia, or whatever. And by the holidays, they said, let's do this. And for whatever reason, in order to draw up 102 pages of legal documents and 4 pages of voter assent documents, and to make filings, and probably there was a Canaccord due diligence or a Canaccord white paper or Canaccord valuation model during that time. But for some reason from February 11th, but from December, it took from December to February 11th to announce the MOU, which was a mistake. They don't know it. Lawyers don't know it. CEOs don't know it. But if you put MOU in your public announcement, the computers are going to start selling stock. It's just a fact. And you've experienced that, Clay. Stock after stock after stock. Once the story's out there, the bad guys sell stock, one, to break up the deal. 2, if the deal goes forward, there's billions of shares out there. And they create cash out of thin air by selling stock out of thin air. And then they use that cash to fulfill the so-called offering at one of the bird dog financial firms like Lynn Partners, and everyone's happy. Everyone makes money, including the kickbacks to the promoters. But who's killed? Shareholders. Because whatever the good story is, on a per share basis, it's destroyed, or the deal falls apart and the stock price is destroyed. That's the pattern out there. And therefore, that must be going on here at Railtown, I guess. But it's not. It's not. I would submit that their automatic selling, their computers read MOU, read LOI, read acquisition, and the computer starts selling. But the difference is Railtown never did a toxic deal. They don't need to take toxic money. So the announcement caused a lot of selling because it said MOU, it said LOI, it said acquisition, but it's all robotic selling by computers. Then, for whatever reason, I've already indicated what I thought it was, but I take it all back. I don't know what the delay was. But for whatever reason, it took 10 months, maybe 12 if you count it from when they first started the process and called. It took 10 or 12 months to write a 102-page document and a 4-page assent agreement. It's just the facts. I no longer have any opinion on why that happened. None. I have no opinion. So the second reason it's available to us is for 10 months, while that 100-page document, basically 10 pages a month, 10 pages a month were being drawn up. There's been no discussion, no promotion, no presentations, no revenue, no examination of the product in the Wall Street sense. At the conventions, they show off. They've made announcements. That evidence is there for you, Clay. They've made announcements on 5 revenue deals, but they didn't include revenue because they're in this period of time where they're not allowed to talk about it. Canaccord can't have research. They can't have their institutional retail people talk about it, tell the story, recommend the stock, recommend to clients to buy the stock. Insiders in both cases can't buy the stock. Anybody that's an investor that has access or may be perceived to have access to material non-public information can't buy the stock. So we're left with the stock trading basically at 40 cents. It's gone up to 60 some cents. It's gone down to 20 cents. But basically, we're left with a 40-cent stock for a year. And if things are so great, why isn't the stock up? And I don't believe anything you're saying, William. I don't believe there's no research. I don't believe big buyers are not allowed to buy. I don't believe that anybody that bought the stock based on material inside information would actually go to jail. I don't remember Martha Stewart. I'm an old guy. I'm senile. I don't remember that. But I'm telling you, it's real. Longs cannot violate securities laws. Shorts can violate securities laws. Longs can't. So I submit to you for 2 reasons. You have this opportunity. The guys that founded Railtown went public because they were trying to look ahead that they're going to need to raise capital. They trust Adina Friedman. They trust Chuck E. Cheese. They trust Ann Wagner. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. But what's a company to do? Secondly, because their product is so good, and because compute power now is here, and because walls of capital are now flowing into AI 2.0, when they met the very seasoned, talented, experienced, and keyed in individuals at AI Partners says buy us. Well, that added, and I'm not characterizing it anymore. That added 10 to 12 months to the process. And so it's just been dead. And that brings up suspicions. Oh, this is just like GDC was going to buy a gold mine, and GDC was there's 200 million. It's all bullshit. I need to see some good progress. Well, I guess what I'm asking you to believe, which is hard to believe, I admit, I'm asking you to believe there's very real progress going on behind the regulatory wall caused by the February 11th announcement and I'm not going to characterize it, the very reasonable and logical best practices efforts, the 10-month delay in getting that transaction completed. So that's why we have the opportunity. Any company that goes public in the North American markets who needs under $5, who needs to raise capital, is going to be destroyed by a systemic industrial scale theft led by about 40, 50 men. So that's one. Two, just as everything is great, everything could be announced, and the company could be 1.2 billion or 2 or hell 12 billion. They can't talk. Everything's on hold while the very talented professionals for whatever reason, business, negotiation, regulators, massiveness of the opportunity, changes, evaluate, whatever the reason. The AIP acquisition has taken 10 to 12 months. I can't explain it. But for those two reasons, ongoing selling happens, ongoing. And there's no buying that matters. Your buying matters. But I would say this entire 14 million shares that we bought, I don't think has changed the price of the stock, at least on a day-by-day basis. I don't know any of you that paid the asking price. It's the only way that would move the stock. So I think that's why the opportunity is here. And my hypothesis or my thesis, my argument, is if this stock were in the private realm, then the bankers and the regulators and the investors work with much more freedom. And Railtown already would be a $1.5 to potentially $12 billion stock based on projected revenue. So you, Clay, I understand it. You want to see something soon. I caution that even if this AIP deal gets filed, and even if some sort of revenue deal starts to be announced, it could still take a little bit of time because, and again, that goes from my past experiences, sometimes there's a lag. And particularly if revenues are announced without revenue, there may be a little bit of a lag. So I don't want you focused. Not you, Clay, personally. I'm talking to everybody. I don't want you focused on the next news story, the next release. And if the stock, because the criminals will sell it down, while as long as it's under $1, they'll try to punish it. Remember, they have a short-term goal, one-day goal, trying to make 10 grand. Or they have a 2 or 3 goal, they're trying to make 50 grand. That's all it is. Has nothing to do with the stock. But on a fundamental story, to quote someone that I spoke to this morning, his exact words, and I don't know if he knows what he's talking about, but he's got a lot of experience. He said, "This is a big play. You are not wrong about that." So I don't know, Clay, what is going to be the spark that lights the fire if the fire is rapid price movement. I warned for many months that it could be stutter step, getting from sort of 50, 70 cents to $1, $1.25, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll go up, pull back, pull back, because the criminals are going to fight tooth and nail. And it's not just fighting their losses, they're trying to make money. But we've got to think differently now in this trade. This is not ZGAYL. This is not MULN. This is not LGIQ. This is not GTII. I'm sorry anybody ever got involved in any of those, because we cannot beat that system. But Railtown's not that. It's a Canadian stock. They got in early to solve a massive problem that they know about. They're addressing a gigantic market. If they were to achieve 3%, which is the projection from Capital Research, of a $300 billion market, I think it's $900 million. No. $9 billion. $9 billion in revenue. Just 3% penetration. They're first to market. I know that's hard to believe. So you take 10% of that, which is 0.003% penetration, a third of 1% penetration. They do $900 million in revenue. I can't believe that. All right, why don't we take 0.0003, 3/1000ths of a percent penetration. As a projection. That's $90 million. Then if we add in a roll-up, just for sake of argument, they have $400 million in revenue in those companies. Let's just say they roll up $90 million forward revenue. You've got a company, let's say in January, February, March timeframe, is doing projectable $180 million in revenue. Look, I just showed you poolside at 250x. Let's not go that high. Let's not go to 150x. Let's not go to 100x. But let's go higher than 50x. So let's go to 75x. That's a $13.5 billion valuation. And since I assume that we'll roll up some companies, let's make the number of shares equal on both sides. 175 on the AIP side, on the Railtown side, and 175 on the AIP side, including the 50 million that was issued. So we'll divide that by 350 million shares, which may be a wildly high target. And you have first quarter of this year, $38 and a half stock in terms of valuation. What are the assumptions? The multiples remain strong, the market remains strong, and there still is a arms race by the big boys to buy first to market, best in class software solutions, SaaS, AI 2.0, battle tested, and because of the beta testing, it's in its third or fourth generation, my terminology, self-learning, patented, I don't care about that. And you need to see something soon, which I appreciate. We all do. I get it. I get that. I'm not ridiculing that. But I'm asking you, Clay specifically, and everyone, to think about a business plan that's being implemented here in the face of, or with the wind to our backs of, the compute power has arrived. The data centers are built. The entire government of Canada is trying to create Canadian sovereign AI. The bloody, not only is the wind at our sail, the boat's up on a magnetic rail so that when there's any wind, the thing goes 3 times the speed as a normal train. To mix metaphors. Everything's on our side. It's not GTII. It's not logic. It's not finger. It's not MMAT. It's not MMTLP. It's not Torchlight. It's not COSM. It's not GDC. It's not ZJYL. It's not COSM. It's not VNUE. It's not that clear view C cleaning one. It's not MMTLP. It's not any of those. So you really have to be tough. You have to toughen your emotions. And I'm not picking on anyone. I have to do it myself. And you have to remind yourself that until the AI market changes, and until the multiples change, and until the addressable market goes back to the Stone Age, you'd literally have to remove software from the world for that addressable market to shrink from 300 billion a year to nothing. If it just goes to 11 billion a year, which was prior to the compute power, and Railtown gets 3% of that, that's 330 million in revenue. I can't see the flaw in the story. And frankly, addressing myself, not you, the company doesn't owe me diddly squat. If they take another 45 days to ever tell their story, as long as they're focused on booking revenue, booking revenue, booking revenue, booking revenue, booking revenue, and telling big investors about it, they don't have to tell me anything. And I don't need to see it, because I bought into the fundamental story that in the first or second quarter this year, the stock could be $25, $35, $45, $55 based on revenue alone. So I don't need to see anything, and I don't have to be anxious about it. And I would predict that the first news story that we see second news story, third news story, fourth news story may or may not have dramatic effects on the price of the stock. Why? Because the criminals are still in there. And most of us are uncertain. But eventually, when the institutions like Mavericks, John Ruffalo started Mavericks 2 with 500 million, with a max at 700 million, with the specific goal to invest in technology stocks as minority shareholders, companies that have 10 million to 100 million in revenue, and he can help. Our Canadian, and his minimum investment, $50 million, give or take. But we all want proof because we're smarter than the process and smarter than these big investors. I understand. I mean, I do too. I wake up. Are we going to see anything? I'm not picking on anybody, but I think we have to shift our perspective to what is the fundamental story. And if it takes, I mean, it seems so ridiculous that we don't even have the patience for another 6 months. It just seems on this kind of a size of a story. When I first started talking about it, I said, I always put the caveat out there that this could take 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. I no longer think it's going to even take that long, not because I'm trying to be, hyping it, but because I don't see how a company can wait to buy them. I know you need to see something, and I'm not picking on you, Clay, specifically, but you need to see something. You need confidence. But Microsoft doesn't need that. NVIDIA doesn't need that. AMD doesn't need that. Oracle doesn't need that. Elon Musk doesn't need that. Apple doesn't need that. Core Bank or whatever the hell it is doesn't need that. Institutional investors don't need that. So we can be anxious every day, and the criminals punish us because of our psychological makeup as a group, not individually. They know it. They know how retail acts as a group. They know how human beings act. We're just animals. We're just herd animals, fight or flight. They know it all. So we got to fight back against those instincts. So anyway, Clay, I'm not picking on you at all. I went on much longer. And I do appreciate, Clay, that you want to see something. It's perfectly normal, perfectly normal. But at the same time, even though we've already experienced what? Well, since June 5th, it's a lot less. But let's just say we spent a year on this story. Pain in the ass. But if it takes another 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, that's about, to me, now that's a prediction, but to me, that's the longest we're going to have to wait is 9 months. I could be wrong, and it could go back to the 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. But the problem is the buyers can't afford to wait because the price is going to go up or somebody else is going to buy. So in my opinion, Clay, whatever happens tomorrow, Monday, or the following week, and we need to see something soon, I think we're irrelevant. And I'm not ridiculing you or anybody. I'm just saying this is important. And I think it'll get us a interview maybe. But this stock is going to rise on much bigger buying and much more connected buying than we. And I think, Clay, if you can afford to get past your understandable, very understandable need, I need to see something, views, which we all have, by the way. I just want to emphasize, I'm not picking on you. This is going to start to kick in on levels beyond us, and we're just going to ride it. And then you'll start seeing the news. Then you're going to be proud of it. Then you'll start reading about it, and you're going to be reading about it in those same magazines that I just showed you on these private deals. But the reason I'm spending a lot of time on it, Clay, is I'm concerned that the next bits of news are going to be as ineffectual as the last in moving the price on any one piece of news basis. I think it's going to be the collective weight of the cumulative weight of all these news pieces that'll eventually be the straw on the camel's back, or cause the penny to drop, or make the ice dam break. So I don't want you thinking, I guess is what I'm saying, that the next news story is going to do anything, because they're going to still keep selling. And I don't know exactly when these buyers are, I don't know their process, when they're going to come in. Many of the big institutions can't buy below $5. That's why the criminals punish us under $5. It's like shooting fish in the barrel. They should shut down the over-the-counter market. It should be outlawed in its current, and they should arrest the people that run it. I think Adina Friedman should be arrested, and the NASDAQ should be shut down. But, you know, she has her adherents. So the second reason, the first reason is I don't want you thinking that any one piece of news is going to change everything overnight. The second reason is, Clay, I don't want you in that mood that if you don't quite understand the news, and I'm not picking on you, you understand it better than I do. But I don't want you selling just as a relief. I waited so long. I waited 10 months, and I sold it at 4.25. Oh, the relief. Whew. Now I'm back to cash. Cash is going to be virtually, not right away, not now, not when the market corrects, but cash compared to gold and silver has already lost half its value. Cash is a disappointing place to be over the next 5 years. So you'll put it somewhere else. I just want you to know, Clay, Railtown is the horse you can hitch your wagon to. And it's not a pony. It's a Clydesdale. It's a team of Clydesdales. And I just don't want you to get off too soon out of relief. This is all the emotions we've experienced, and it's very understandable that we still are acting on those emotions, but we've got to suspend that for now. Now, I'm not saying, as Bill Miko, I think, admonished, or he said it less politely, that I'm blinded by my story. I try to go back through it. I tried to do it yesterday live. I can't see a flaw in the valuation model for Railtown. I can see a flaw in what the shorts are doing, and for whatever reason, God bless them. They're fantastic. but the people handling the paperwork, for whatever reason, could be outside reasons, could be corporate reasons. I don't know. It's taken a long time to get out of this limbo. We're still in the limbo. Once we're out, is all I'm saying. I don't expect it to snap up right away. I still expect that stutter step. But oddly, Clay, if it gets to $5 or $6, it could be $12 overnight. Now I know Tony finds that ridiculous, but that's before he decided that he wanted to buy the stock. All right, Clay, I'm sorry I went on so long. You bought more. That's fantastic. 4,800. Bravo, 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 bravo. That's great. Particularly since in your gut, you're like, I don't like this. That shows professional buying. It's the time to do it. Congratulations, Clay. I am proud of you, even though you're probably pissed off at me. All right, it's 354. It's 43 cents to 44.06. 31,860 on the bid. The ask is 12,000. Very little volume, 320,000 shares. Last trade, 500 shares at 42.5. Prior to that was 500 shares at 43. And the bid now is 43. The previous close was 40.4. So I think, unless they do a end of the scroll up. I guess I can't click on any of them. So I read them as I go. I don't get it. um, thank you, Dennis, for your point of view. You're not correct. The stock closed at uh, 44 cents. And I don't know if my chart will adjust for the week. I guess it will. Well, 1 month. And going back to the 22nd, I don't know what's the day that started this week? The 27th. Well, I guess you're right. On the 20, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the 27th, the stock was as high as about 48, but it closed, if I'm reading this correctly, it closed at 43. So during, if you're talking about intraday, that's not how you started the week, by the way. It started the week, I can't tell. Friday, I guess it's down from Friday. But on 100,000 shares, it might be a grand, 2 grand. So you're just, now I know who you are, Dennis, Alex. I'll keep that in mind. I don't, I don't, um, uh, uh, damn it. Dennis, I don't record whatever you tell me you own. I don't add it in because I now know you're a short. But thank you for being here. Work your numbers. Comment about that where the campus. The last prices of ZJYL and et cetera. ZJYL's 2262, Finger 152, MTN 301, and G Bucks 1599. Um, and they're trying to put a print after the close to screw up the close on Railtown. It's not working. It closed at 44 cents. I appreciate it, Matthew. I hope everybody does very well. And uh, yeah, depending on the price, I intend to hold. And again, it's mostly my IRA, but I intend to hold until a buyout. Uh, but I'll be ever alert for a changing landscape. You know, there we've got to be aware of things as they come. Numbers come. So he's making the perfect case for why you shouldn't trade in any of these stocks. There's always going to be paid assassins like Raw Dog, and you just can't win. Railtown's your way out. Railtown is your way out. The second thing Raw Dog is doing is showing me he has a short position open, or whoever's paying him. This is, will we know? Yeah, we'll know. Let me look right now. If they make a filing, we'll know. They may have already done it. I doubt it because they're in Vancouver. But I'll look while we're talking. It's always possible they'll surprise me, but I don't think they'll do it today. I think it'll be Sunday night or Monday. But who knows? I I've been hard on them, so let me ease up on them. Pay tonight. I could come on for some minor glitch, sure, but they, they drew up very, very good documents. I think the document, if I'm correct, when the whole thing's bought out. So it'll probably, but yes, I'll try to let you know. Again, just in case for some reason this wasn't going, prior to Solomon's Treasure and Kenneth Martin, if you put up numbers, I didn't see them. They got erased while the whole thing was down. It's very frustrating. Good job, Solomon. And by the way, Clay, if you're still there, Clay, um, I saw it's gone now, but I saw that you said you have a goal. I don't know to buy. It's weird. Your brain can be telling you everything's lined up, but your gut is just driving you crazy. That's usually the best time to buy. Um, so I missed a bunch of comments. I don't know what went down. Maybe it's just a spooky server. And um, Yeah, there's nothing filed. There's nothing filed. But it's it wouldn't be right now. Because on a Canadian stock message board that Railtown may be comfortable with current price because they did a 50-cent private placement in July. That's a short saying that. They didn't do, well, let me look up. I'm here. I should be able to find it. Maybe. They have so many news releases in July. All right, I'll go one by one. Yeah, yeah. Here, the first one I hit. And they didn't disseminate this right away. They ended up including it in a different release, I think. But on July 9th, the company closed a private placement for $600,000, and it was 1,200 units. Each unit is one share of common and a half warrant, and each warrant entitles the holder. You get a half warrant, but so you combine the halves to get one. Each one warrant allows the holder to exercise at 75 cents a share, and that's Canadian. That's Canadian. There were no finder's fees. And I thought that it said the name. So let me look for the press release that was actually allowed, because I might be confusing it. I thought they said who it was or described who it was that did the deal. They announced the revenue sharing partnership with Ignite Sequence on July 10th. Of course, they didn't put in the revenues, but that's a significant deal. All right, so that's not it. Let me look at the next one. Oh, shoot. I've got to type it all in again. All right, so let me go to over the counter. It's much better source of news. But that rationale, I'm almost legend, is just bogus. That's just a short trying to get people uncomfortable. And that's why I'm probably a jerk when I respond to questions, but I just want people not to be susceptible to all this. It's very practiced on their part. They do it over, and they've been doing it for years. And so it's almost a professional grift. And we just got to fight it right now here. All right, let me look. July. I'm trying to find the news. Let's open that one. This is where Tony Tiger made fun of the company because they buried the revenue in the revenue raise in the back. Just remember that about him. Just remember that. I'm glad he's changed his approach, but he wasn't your friend, and I question whether he still is. All right, so I'm trying to find the news. All right, let's try that one, auto triage. It's not it. All right, let's try that. That's not it either. Are you sure it wasn't announced in August? No. Maybe it was announced. I can't find it. Let me go to Yahoo. Sorry about this. Let's go there and see what their news stories say. It's a great day on the stock. A really good day. Really good day. Okay. News file. It wasn't on the over-the-counter listing, but it's on Yahoo. So July 9th, Railtown is pleased to announce the company has closed its previously disclosed non-brokered private placement, as I described, a unit. And it actually says US 50 cents, US 50 cents per unit. So it's $600,000 US. And that means the strike price is US dollars 75 cents for 18 months. And it doesn't say who it was. So I'm confusing it with another announcement. Anyway, let's go back to I saw a comment on a Canadian stock message board that said Railtown may be comfortable with the current price because they did a 50-cent private placement in July. That's just doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I will say that I don't think the company's looking at their stock price. To the extent that they are, maybe it's because investors are asking about it, but I don't think they're looking at the stock price. I don't think the company's concerned with the stock price. Why do I say that? Because the company's goal is to get revenues booked. They know that if they can show 10 million in revenue and they can show a path to 100 million in revenue or 50 million on the Railtown side, the multiples right now will give them multi-billion-dollar valuation. So whatever the price of the stock is right now, they're not worried about that. This is a really specious argument. It makes no sense. Just because a company raises money in July at a price doesn't mean they're comfortable with a stock price. And what does comfortable mean anyway? Railtown is trying to execute its business plan. And it's all, I'm telling you, Railtown's success and Corey Brandolini's wealth, Marwan's wealth, now Dr. Coors Wealth and everybody, all of their wealth is in the same stock as you are in. They are not awarding themselves bonuses or anything. They do have some employee options, and maybe they'll award themselves down the road, but their entire wealth is in common stock alongside of you. They're not paying attention to 50 cents in the stock, other than people calling in probably. Their entire focus is to book, I don't know, I really don't know what they have in their hopper. But if they can get to 50 million in revenue and be valued at the same value as Poolside, that's $12 billion in valuation. And assuming they don't have to issue any shares to get there to 50 million, you just divide it by 225 million shares. That's the Railtown side. That's a $53 stock price. They're not comfortable or uncomfortable. They're just not paying attention to their stock price. They know if they implement this, the stock price will take care of itself. So it gives us a great chance to buy it. Whoever's saying that is just trying to scare people out. Per AI, according to the issued terms, the hold period for those privately issued shares ends November 10th. It said 18 months for the restricted period. The restricted period, until then, the stock may stay volatile because the market knows the AIP deal is pending and can be sold. No, I don't know what the market knows or thinks. But do I have to go back to that document? I guess I do. I can go back to that. Did I save it separately? Or did I erase it? Here, maybe that's it. Okay. So let's go to the terms of the deal. All right, 2.3, is that where it is? I guess it's 2.3. Oh, defined terms is 1.1. Okay. Oh, the defined terms, not terms of the deal. All right, let me go to 2.3. Okay. I already read some of that to you. Um, I'm almost legend. I'm trying to find the legend. It's called a legend on those shares. In other words, I don't believe that the shares are free to trade when the company when the deal's effective. I I tend to remember that it was like a rolling process. Okay, the parties acknowledge and agree that in addition to any other legends affixed to the consideration shares. That's the shares given to the seller in connection with the amalgamation. Upon the issuance, the consideration shares to company shareholders in the United States in connection with amalgamation, and until such time as the same is no longer required under applicable requirements of the U.S. Securities Act or applicable state securities laws, certificates representing such securities and all certificates issued in exchange therefore or in substitution thereof shall bear the following legend: the securities represented hereby have not been registered with the Securities Act under this rule. So that's at least 6 months, but it can be longer. It can be longer. That's in the United States. Restricted share escrow. The purchase will use commercially reasonable efforts within 5 business days of the date that is 36 months from the effective date to release 50% of the escrow shares. So the shares are in escrow, but I don't know if it's all of them. So let's go back. It's very complicated. At closing, a portion of the consideration shares will be designated escrow shares, such that 10 million of the consideration shares payable to shareholders, so that's a fifth of them, will be designated escrow shares for purposes of the agreement. And the shares will be allocated pro rata against the company shares. Then they're going to have indemnity shares, which is that 10 million share position. So within 5 days, that's an additional, this is another 10 million. Within the 5 business days of the delivery of the final holdback notice, the purchaser would cause such number of indemnity shares held by the companies is too complicated to read in any rational way. So 10 million is held for 36 months. That's only a fifth of the stock. %50 of the escrow and 50% of the indemnity shares will be released from escrow on the first milestone. So I got to look up the first. It's not much. It's like 2 million in revenue. But I think that's probably, they don't define this. It must be 2 million received, not 2 million projected. But that's probably, I would guess, 90 days away at least. But that's 50% of 10 million. And then 50, so that would be about 10 million shares. You know what? Let me, rather than waste everybody's time, it refers to that clause, and so you got to sit down with a pad of paper and pencil it out. But it looks like all consideration shares for non-restricted shareholders, all consideration shares issued pursuant other than restricted shares and excluding escrow shares shall be subject to an 18-month restricted period during which none of the considered shares may be sold, assigned, or pledged or transferred. On the effective date, 10% of such consideration shares shall cease to be subject to the transfer restriction. So on the effective date, it sounds like 10%, 5 million shares will no longer. On the date that is 3 months following the effective date, 15% of such consideration shares shall cease to be subject to the transfer restriction. So it sounds like out of the gate, either 4.5 million or 5 million shall be free to trade. But there's some paperwork that's required, but essentially free to trade. And then in 90 days, another 7.5, unless you have to adjust it for the 10% in escrow, but another 7.5 million at most will be free to trade in 90 days. And then 6 months from now, an additional 15%. That's another 7.5 million. That's 6 months from now, unless it has to be reduced by the amount in RESCO. And then 9 months from now, another 15%. And then 12 months from now, another 15%. And then 15 months from now, another 15%. And then 18 months from now, another 15%. So I'm almost legend. I'll try to put it in a simple spreadsheet. But this stock's not free to trade all at once. It comes out in stages. And I would argue with you that if any insiders hold the stock, their stock is restricted as insiders. So this is referring to shareholders that are not insiders or not management. And so it's much lower than the 7.5 million I'm saying, and we don't know what that is. But anyway, AI respectfully is incorrect. There's going to be very little stock for sale out of this transaction in the early months. And in my opinion, if I'm right, the whole deal is done and dusted and bought out before most of this applies. But just to go through it for clarity, they're issuing 50 million shares. 10 million is some indemnity provision, and 10 million is escrow. And a bunch of the shares are, like, I'd say 50% of the shares are held by the founders, so they have their own restrictions. And then of that part that can be traded, that's not insider stock, it's released 10% effectively, sort of right away, 15% in 90 days, 15% in 6 months, 15% in 9 months, 15% in 12 months, 15% in 15 months, and 15% in 18 months. So I think, respectfully to AI, I don't think AI processed this information. It's not going to push it lower. It's not going to push it to 50 cents down, and it might push it to 50 cents up. I think it's all irrelevant. D likes Railtown. PS71, happy Halloween. Good afternoon, Donna and everyone. Josh Schomp is here, and he is the Schomp, the one and only champion, da Schomp. That's great. You certainly are the champion. Clay Schofield, we just want to see a little of all this behind the scenes. Want to Yeah. And, not everything I say could be correct. So here's my prediction, Clay. You'll see after this is filed tonight, Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, um, you'll start to see information. Revenue deals. Question is, will the revenue deals include revenue? I have no idea. But as some days go by, after the company starts talking to institutions and their priority accounts, I think we'll start to see, and we may see it released to the regulators, but we'll start to see on their website, we'll start to see their presentation. They haven't put out a presentation in many months, even a year. We'll get to see that. We'll start to see some interviews. So I think that's one thing. But I think the biggest thing you're going to get to see, and I hope it's not this research capital group. They did a good job, but it doesn't read easily to investors. But anyway, I think you're going to see research from more than one place, and then you'll be comfortable by the behind the scenes wonderfulness. It's not so much it's behind the scenes in this. I mean, it is, I guess, but it's not like they're hiding it. They just can't talk about it. It's just one of these quirks. Securities laws require full disclosure on the long side. On the short side, they can do anything they want without disclosing nothing. Out front, where everyone can see and believe in. Well, Clay, when that information comes out front where everyone can see it and believe in it, the stock will be $10 a share, $15 a share. So one of the prices we pay for the opportunity to buy it inexpensively is some of this uncertainty. But once you get what you're looking for, it could be $10, $12, $13, $15 a share. Believe it or not. So this uncomfortableness that we're in is also providing us the opportunity to acquire the stock or hold the stock. So I'm almost legend. I'll try to sit down with that and analyze the 10% that's held back for indemnity, 10% for escrow, which is ridiculous. I mean, they've got a performance number that's, I can't remember, 1 million or 2 million in revenue. It's silly. And then I'll break down those 10, 15, 50. I'll break that all down too. But in my judgment, and then restricted shares just because people are insiders. If I can figure that out, I may not be able to. But my guess is there's not a lot of stock coming to market to drive the stock downward. Clay says, and yes, you are picking on me. You have an uncanny ability to read me the wrong way. I'm not selling. I didn't mean to pick on you. I really didn't. But I'm sorry if I was. I really didn't mean to. My concern is a lot of people are susceptible to the same Pavlov dog reactions because we've all gone through it. It's been hell for 3 or 4 years. So anyway, I guess the only way to talk about it maybe was that it came across like I was picking on you. I really don't mean to. But sometimes I show the frustration, and some of my frustration is my own frustration. This has been, and bless their hearts, because I don't know why. It could be any reason. It could be things beyond their control. But it, to me, is beyond understanding how it takes a month to write up 10 pages of a document, which is probably mostly in outline form already in their computers. I don't know. I'm not going to blame anybody, but I have my own frustration that it's taken this long. And I didn't bring up that I have some frustration that the second and third quarters have gone by. But I think the fourth quarter and the first quarter next year are enough. They are enough. They are enough. I also take maybe unfair, undeservedly, I guess. I take a lot of confidence in their relationship with Microsoft, but I may be reading into that. I may be reading into that. And Microsoft doesn't need second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, first quarter. What they need to see is, all right, you're laying these pieces out, you're putting it together. Anyway, but Clay, I didn't mean to pick on you. I really didn't. But I know frustration shows, and one of my frustrations is that the criminals and others want us to think Railtown's just another hot stock and a piece of crap like all the rest, and they can and I just don't want us seeing it that way. I understand it. I do understand it. I went through it yesterday, Clay, and I guess I can do it quickly without elaborating. The only things that could be going wrong with Railtown is I'm a fraud. I'm lying to you. I have some psychopathical desire to screw as many people as possible. That could be. Um, uh, Corey Brandolini and Marwan and the other parts of their team are out there to screw everybody. They put money in 6 years of time, and they've put up money at 15 cents, 25 cents, I think at 30 cents. And some close investors have paid as much as 50 cents a unit. And they're out to screw all of you and me at 42 cents a share. I guess that's a possibility. Maybe the AI story is all bullshit, and James Altucher is making it up. Morgan Stanley is making it up. All the funding rounds out there that are comparable are all bullshit, and they're all made up. Maybe that's possible. Maybe Canada is such a socialist state that when the government gets involved on creating AI and a infrastructure, a Canadian AI industry, maybe they're going to screw it up, and it's also all bullshit. Maybe the attorneys took all this time to cheat us, and they're really working with the shorts. Maybe the AI guys who have all this experience with Constellation software were naive when they put together the network and the 400 million of revenue, which I've confirmed some of it and shown it to you. Maybe that's all crap, and maybe they'll just roll up one company and destroy they'll do it the way Logic did, and they'll do a deal with Aubrey Capital and destroy the company. Maybe the revenues don't exist. They're never going to get revenue out of the 5 deals they've announced. Maybe the 5 products they've announced and commercialized on their website, Lang Tracks, Rail Tracks, Shredder, and then this visual board they announced, and Conductor are all worthless. Maybe those are all worthless. Maybe the conferences they went to, they just pretended to do work there, and they were in the hotel rooms watching X-rated movies and drinking Chateau de Château-Lisée and enjoying a room order cheeseburger. I don't know, Clay. I can try to come up with disastrous, catastrophic reasons why we're being, what, maybe I'm part of it, why you as an audience are being hoodwinked. I just can't come up with it. I can't, particularly at a market cap last night of 60 million. 60 million. You know, if Railtown were public and got to a 50 million revenue, like poolside, and attracted a valuation of $12 billion privately, I mean, I know the answer, but I'm going to check my arithmetic. That's a 200 multiple from here. It's 200x from here. 200x times 45 cents. It's $90 a share. Now, the problem with that is they are going to issue shares, more shares, to roll up some companies. But assume they get to 50 million in revenue just without rolling up any companies. If they achieve a valuation of 12 billion, which I know it's insane, that's $90 a share. That's only 50 million in revenue. So when they go out there to tell their story, it doesn't matter what we see front and center. It's what the institutions see. I don't know. Let's say it doesn't go to $90. It's not worth 12 billion. Let's just say it's worth 10% of that. It's $9 a share. Let's say that doesn't happen. Let's just say it's worth half of that number, or in other words, 20% of the first number. $4.50. We'll get there. We'll get there. You're going to see it, Clay. You're going to see it. Clay, first time anyone accused you of being professional. I don't remember how I put that, but I mean that. You know, you're a good investor. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. Should the word be professional? I don't know. Professional means to me that you've had enough experience that you can process a lot of information and still act on that information. Professional is processing a lot of information, coming up with what it means to you and acting on it. That's what I mean. I don't remember how I said it. Red Pepper Ronnie just added 1,500 more. That's awesome. That is awesome. Really awesome. Do you know, if I'm wrong and they actually filed this tonight, and if my cautions are wrong as well, that Monday or Tuesday buying comes in, but I still remain cautious. I'm not sure any one event over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks is going to cause an unstoppable move upward. I think it's going to stutter up, pull back, stutter up, pull back, stutter up, but it's going to be ever higher. I don't think the endless selling of non-existent shares is going to stop until the stock gets to $5 or $6 a share. It may not stop then, but it'll be somewhere around that. A lot of the institutional buying won't come in, believe it or not, until $5 or $6 a share. But oddly, as I've said, there may not be a lot of stock available up at those prices. So how do you adjust that problem? Price goes up. Price goes up. And some people are going to sell. Some people are going to sell. I hope it's not you, but um, you know, everybody has to do what they're doing, have to do. I would think institutions like Mavericks, for example, I keep picking on it. He's such a logical buyer. He is such a logical buyer. He founded AIP. He's got a pool of cash ready to invest in these type stocks from 10 million to 100 million in revenue. He may have to wait till they book 10 million, till they prove up 10 million in revenue. And he's already done all the due diligence on Railtown. He's such an obvious buyer. And his minimum ticket is roughly 500 million. But anyway, he may have to make an exception to his rules if he wants to own 5% or 10% of the company. To buy down here while the shorts are selling, because there may not be enough stock later on, if I'm right in my perception. So what I'm trying to say is all my cautions also could be wrong. And as soon as this deal's filed, as soon as the company starts making some phone calls and presentations, you could see some of the institutional buying realizing they can't build a position at higher numbers coming in here lower. I don't know. It's a lot of hypotheticals. I'm almost Leshen. When you mentioned the first to fourth news stories may not have a dramatic effect on the stock price because of the criminals, you're talking about double-digit numbers. I'll try to guess. I mean, I gave you my projection, but I'll try to guess. I think I'm almost Legend that the filing that the AIP deal is finito. I'd say within 2 or 3 days, the stock will be 75 cents to $1. I mean, I made other projections, but I'm just doing this now. 75 cents to $1. As they start announcing revenue deals, which I don't know if it'll include revenue in it, and I don't know when they'll start, I'd say it's possible the first 1 or 2 of them doesn't do much. But by the time they get to 3 or 4 or 5 total, more, they've already done 5, you can start seeing the stock drifting upward, because in the background, institutions are going to be talking to them and asking for color on what could these revenue deals mean. And more than that, institutions have their own analysts inside dedicated to the AI space who can process the information. Uniserv has 3,000 corporate customers. What if 5% of those customers sign up for Conductor? It's 150 companies. And what if each company spends $500,000 to $1 million, $500,000 to $1 million with Railtown to create the initial machine to work inside the corporation? And what if each company on average spends, that's where I don't know what to say. What if each company spends on average, I don't know, I really don't know, 25 grand a month on software development through Conductor? and therefore they're spending, you know, 250 to 325,000. Call it 250. What if the 10 companies do 250 in annual spend? That's 2.5 million on top of the money received up front. Let's call each, I don't know, call each 500,000 up front, 5 million up front, 2.5 million annualized. They can put it into their models. So I think as the news comes out and is disseminated to institutional buyers, I would say by the time the fourth or fifth news story comes out, you could see the stock add $1 to $1.50 off of the 75 cents to $1. So I'd say the stock could be $2, $2.50 as the revenue starts coming out with phone calls to institutions. And how long would that take? I think that'll happen over 2 weeks to 6 week time frame. And then I think what you're going to see, the only other two things I would expect, I think Canaccord Genuity, the investment bank, maybe has lined up some sort of financing. I don't think the company will take big financing. I don't think they'll take toxic financing. But maybe what they take is strategic financing. And I would guess it's Canaccord. I don't know. How big? I don't think it matters. $1 million Canadian, $5 million Canadian. I don't think it'll be much more than that. If it's a strategic financing, I would expect it to be done at approximately $5 Canadian, give or take, maybe $4 US. So if that gets done, if such a thing happens, I think the price immediately is $4 US, and it's stuck there. It doesn't come back down. So I would look for a strategic financing out of Canaccord. It's just a presumption on my part. I don't speak to Canaccord. And then the other thing would be research. And I would think Canaccord, Capital Research, or whatever it's called, Research Capital, possibly I don't know the research firms in Canada or in this space, but I would imagine you'll get at least 2 or 3 research reports. And when they come out, I think the stock could go above $5, particularly if Canaccord's one of them or an RBC, and they put it out as a research note to their institutional brokers and their retail brokers. So I'd say the cumulative drip, drip, drip of a bunch of events that get started after the AIP deal is completed and filed, I think you get a $5 stock. And I forget what I said by the end of the year. Let me see. 350. Okay, 350. So I'd say by January, end of January, you could have a $5 stock. And then the weird thing is from $5, $6 US, that thing could jump. And I know Tony Tiger said, oh, YouTuber, whatever. I think once it goes to 5 or 6, you could get a lot of buying in whereby you could see the stock somewhere between 10, 15, and even $20 a share in February. But I'll extend that to the full first quarter. So call it $10, $15, $20 during the first quarter. And in the second quarter, I easily see the stock going 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. And of course, I have my psychologically easy, my poetically easy to remember target of $55 by 5.5. That may prove to be a month early, but I'll stick by it. I think the stock can be $55 in the second quarter, during the second quarter. And should a Microsoft or a NVIDIA wish to buy Railtown, I don't think they're going to wait. That's unpredictable. And that might be aggressive on my part. But if two companies want to buy the company, I think it's possible, but I don't think anything will happen this year now that it's so late. And I don't blame anybody. I understand putting 100 pages of a document together could take a full year in graduate school to get done. I mean, it's a big thing. 102 pages has to be right. And I guess it's new normal. But because of that, because it's obviously going to be November before the stock is kind of free to trade with, or companies free to talk about information and et cetera. I don't think anything's going to happen before the end of the year. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But I would say that if the company can show a path to revenue and it starts to get out as common knowledge among institutions, if the company can show a legitimate path to 100, 150, 200, 250 million in revenue starting sometime in 2026, I don't think this company will get through the first quarter without an unsolicited bid. If it's up to the company, if I'm wrong and it's up to the company to sell itself, I think they'll try to get through 6 to 9 months. But they have every reason to move quickly too, because the longer you wait, this is something attorneys don't understand, regulators don't care about. The longer you wait, the dynamics of the market can change. It can go in your favor, but it can also go against your favor. So I don't think a handful of news stories are any impediment or accelerant or anything at all to what I mean, I've only come to this thought over the last 2 or 3 weeks, really, maybe 4 weeks. But I think the company's going to be purchased. And I think there could be a bidding war. And I think it could happen before the end of the first quarter. That doesn't mean it'll be closed. It just means, you know. Well, it could be closed, I suppose. They could ramp it up. I don't know. So anyway, I'm almost legend. What I'm trying to get across, and I was trying to get across when I was answering Clay's question, is one announcement could do amazing things now that I think the AIP deal is concluded. One announcement could be it. But I also don't want people disappointed if the first announcement doesn't really do anything, because what if they don't put revenue in it? What if the shorts still, because the shorts, every announcement, they try to tell you it's bad. It's always the same. So we got to get through that. The key to this stock is going to be institutional buying, my opinion. Institutional buying out of Canada. And how long does that take to get going? They don't do it the way we do it. It could take a few weeks, it could take a few days. I don't know. But once it starts, as the stock goes up, there's gonna be points at which a foothold has been established in it, and the stock won't come back down from there. It's going to be, it'll go up and down. Nothing goes just straight up. So rather than look for the first or the second or the third or the fourth announcement to be the nirvana, I would just expect that at some point, as announcements accumulate, some point as we cross earnings reports, which will have management discussion, at some point as the company updates its presentations and does investor outreach, particularly with institutions, at some point as research comes out, which I expect to be fairly soon, at some point maybe an institutional or a strategic investor comes in and does a round that gets a lot of publicity, just like these publicity rounds I've read to you, kind of like a Series B or a Series C. At some point where perhaps a Microsoft or a AMD or a NVIDIA, who already have Railtown in their channels, at some point someone there might say, we got to make a bid before the price gets too expensive. Anyway. I would say somewhere between the first news announcement and the 12th, the stock could be anywhere from $5 to $15. And I'll narrow it and higher. I'll narrow it down as we see the news. I just don't want the money to be hot or the boo birds to be able to convince people, oh, William was saying that news was that news was coming out and nothing happened. He tried and by mid first quarter, if not a lot sooner. I'm almost legend because 1 to 150 would be kind of 1 to 150 would be dramatic, wouldn't it? Do you still be $1 could happen in the coming weeks? Yes. Look, you we can choose to look at it in terms of percentage move in the price, and I'm telling you, these boys are going to come in and tell you, hey, you got it $1.50. Hey, the chart says it's, and At some point, if you get out, you're not going to be able to get back in. This is not a stock to trade. And I will come, if I see something negative, I'll tell you, but the risk is I don't see it. But I'm almost legend. Let's just use the company that I told you about yesterday, Langchain. They raised 125 million at a 1.25 billion valuation privately, with 10 million projected in revenue. 10 million. It's 125 times revenue. But let's just assume Railtown does that. Gets to 1.25 billion in valuation. Last night it was 60 million in market cap. So that's 21x from here. I forget where the stock closed, but let's try to be conservative and say it closed at 40 cents. That'll end up with a lower number. That's an $8 target. That, I think, is your first target. Now, if they issue shares to roll up companies, that's going to lower that number. On the other hand, that number is based on getting to 10 million in revenue. If the conductor product is so great, 10 million should come out of the revenue deals they already announced. So anyway, my first target is that $6, $7, $8 range, as ever, as always. Once it gets there and they roll up, I would assume they'd roll up the highest, best margin revenue deals. I think you could see that stock after a roll-up, because they're not going to pay market price to roll up. They're going to get the management team and the CEOs and the shareholders bought in on the concept. You come along here and here's all the upside. They may have to issue some bonus shares or something on milestones. But anyway, I think once they roll up somebody, let's say it's in January, you could double that price and have a $16 stock. You could be at $2.5 billion in revenue valuation. But then I'm almost legend. If you get to 50 million in revenue, and you're as good as Poolside, which I assure you I think they are, that's a $12 billion valuation. And 12 billion valuation, even with 350 million shares outstanding, is a $34 stock price. Tony Two Steps is going to tell you, oh, it's going to take weeks or months. I don't think he has the experience to know. You could question my experience. But this is a market in the AI 2.0 space that's as close to how markets used to be. You have research analysts, you have intelligent investors, you have information flow, you have buyers and sellers, you have millions, if not billions of dollars in play. And therefore, the stock price will indeed reflect information and the best sense of investors. And more than that, it will discount good news to the current price because it's growth rates, it's growth in revenue, it's expanding revenue, it's margins, expanding margins. And we don't have to understand it. So I think that $34 price, that valuation, let me say it differently. Let's start from the building blocks. Poolside is estimated to do 50 million in revenue and growing. It has a growth trajectory, so that's a key component. And they just raised money at a $12 billion valuation in the private channels. And it's all announced. Everybody participate. NVIDIA is one of them. So one of our building blocks is Railtown is as good or better than Poolside. It's one building block. Second building block is Railtown on the conductor side can get to 50 million in revenue projected by the first quarter or during the first quarter, 50 million. Another building block is multiples will stay roughly the same. Another building block is that Railtown's revenue from conductor will be growing in the future. And another building block is Railtown's multiples, profit, basically, are high. You could get a $12 billion valuation in Railtown. And then on the other side, as the price goes up, they've got 400 million to roll up. I would say anything Railtown can do, AIP can do. So any target revenue that Railtown can get to, AIP can get to. Let's say they're able to get to 50 million, like Poolside, and it's growing, and it's high margin, and the multiples are the same. So therefore, it generates 12 billion in valuation. I'd say Railtown, AIP can do the same. They can bring in 50 million in a roll-up or more. I don't know if the multiple or growth will be quite the same. But that's 100 million in revenue. Let's not use let's not double it to 24 billion. Let's just say it's 15 billion combined in valuation. This is all, it's all just throwing spit on the wall, mud on the wall. But if it gets to 15 billion, it sounds incredible, I know. You could have a $42, $43 target. Anything Railtown can do, AIP can do. The question is, what is the revenue? What's the growth rate? What's the margin? And what's the multiple assigned by institutions? Those are the questions. We don't know all the answers now, but they're all big. I'm almost legend. So if we think in terms of the stock going to $1, $1.50 as a dramatic move, and therefore we've got to get ready to get out, or this is like a GDC. It goes to 12 and now it's 12 cents, or not GDC, G-Bucks. We're going to miss out. We're going to miss out. My opinion, I'm almost legend, and I've said this for months. Railtown is mispriced. It's the wrong price because of the chicanery in North American markets, and because entirely justifiable, hardest working, most talented, out of their control, other decisions, I get it. But because the paperwork and the regulatory process, which might be the result of business decisions and something out of their control, has taken 10 to 12 months. That's all coming to an end. So how quickly does Railtown get revalued? What is the right price? I think it's at least as good as Poolside. I think it's at least better than Soundhound, $8 billion valuation. I think it's as good as the rumored private company, kind of sort of in the same space, that raised 100 million at 1.1 billion. I don't know. How long does it take when eyes are on it? A lot of people haven't even heard of Railtown because it's bad. See, I can't use the term I would normally use. But if it goes to the valuation quickly of Langchang, such that it doesn't issue any more shares to get there, that's $5.55. That's maybe the right price. So if you look at it going, wow, it went to $1.150, and that's a dramatic move, I better take my profit, or I better watch out, because the criminals will come drive that down. If it goes to $1.50, they could drive it down to 75 cents for a day or two. And if you go, oh my God, that was my chance, why didn't I get out? You're going to get out too soon. The correct price, in my judgment, for Railtown right now, with everything I can surmise, is $5, $6, $7 a share. So if it goes to 150, yes, it's a dramatic move, but it's still not the right price, in my judgment. But let's play it by ear. Let's see what comes. I think your next sort of accurate reflection of the value of Railtown comes somewhere between $5 and $10, and it could be higher than that. And then it's a matter of what the institutions want to pay minus the selling of the criminals. Then you'll start seeing a real market that discounts good and bad information. And you start seeing price discovery. That's what you start seeing. You haven't seen price discovery in any of these other stocks. But yes, I think $1 could happen. I think $1 will happen. I've always been wrong. What's one more week? I think it'll be $1 by the end of next week. Dennis Alex wants you to study his arithmetic. I've already been on so long, I'm going to stop it. You're not a short, so quit calling me that. You're rude to me when I post review. Yeah, I don't mean to be rude. You're obviously a short, and you're obviously trying to get people here to see the negatives so they sell or they're not going to buy. Anyway, we've been through it all. I'm going to move on. And by the way, Dennis, you're rude to me and the whole audience here if you're trying to get people to focus on 1 week from Monday at the high to the close, they're down and it's uncomfortable. This is not a stock that's tradable, or maybe you get lucky a few times trading it, but it's not a trading stock. So I find it rude to me and everyone here for months of work now to try to get across the point that this is not hot money. So when you come in and try to make it hot money, I think it's rude to me, but more importantly, rude to people here who have real money on the line. All right, Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William, and the Railtown crew. William, you missed a question earlier from Clay. Yeah, I lost a bunch of asking about my interview with Corey. Has that been lined up? No, but I was told about let's say 4 or 5 weeks ago, I was told that he's going to do, a handful of interviews, and I may well be the first one, which I'd be so honored. And more importantly, it would be an honor to you guys. And I was thinking, if if that is the case, what I would do, I'd ask him, because he's technologically skilled, I'd ask him to come on and he can link into the live and do a presentation. But I might ask someone like Kristen Shaughnessy to help, or Busy Brands, maybe I might ask to come and see if he could put it out across the space calls at the same time. I don't know how to do all that. And, or maybe someone, maybe an Anna or a Junk Savvy to help moderate, because I do not want the boo birds being rude to Corey. And one way I was thinking, Ward, that I could maybe ameliorate, I could turn off comments, but I don't really want to do that. But I could ameliorate the effect of the negativos questions and comments. Maybe we could do, I don't know if there's a way to set it up that you have to pay money to listen to the interview live, or maybe it's members only live. I don't know how to do all that, and I don't charge any money for membership. Or subscribe only. I don't know. Maybe there's a way to limit their access to the interview with Corey. I'll ask him how to do it. The other thing is, I was thinking, Ward, I could ask all of you guys for questions. Maybe I could have a live session 1 or 2 times before he does the interview, and I could have you ask me questions to ask him, and then I could make that list and work from there. Anyway, I'm excited about it. I'd be really honored if he, I'd be really honored if he comes to us first, but I'd just be honored, full stop. I think you guys have done a lot of effort, a lot of work. You've had to listen to me be a jerk a bunch of times, and you've had to fight our experiences in the market for the last 3 or 4 years. But you've all done a really commendable job. We're over 14 million now, and I hope we still are after he comes on. And by the way, we might still, I don't have any money, but we might still want to buy it 1. We might still want to buy it 2 and buy it 3, So, yeah, Ward, I think he's going to do an interview with me, unless, I made some comments about Canadians that upset him. I'm just kidding. I think he knows I'm, number one, I'm sure he doesn't have time to watch me, but number 2, if he ever heard anything I said, I think he'd know that I was teasing. Clay says, thank you, Ward. And Ward says, you're welcome, Clay. I was curious myself. And Donna M says, just popped in to have a cup of coffee, friend. I just popped in to say it was a great closing green on a Friday. Have a great weekend. Yes, it was. I think that's exactly right. That is exactly correct. Let me see if the volume has been corrected. I might have to go to the, no, let me go to the Yahoo and see what the volume is today. Okay, like Donna says, it closed in the green, and the market cap is now 63 million. The volume is 129,000. That's weird. I saw 300 and something. Anyway, that's the volume, 109,000. I got to tell you something. Account settings is amazing. He's just given me an update. Filed October 31st. There's going to be an annual meeting of Railtown. The record date is November 10th. So if you own shares on November 10th, you are invited to the annual meeting. The record date for voting is November 10th. The beneficial ownership date is November 10th. And the meeting date is December 17th. How about we get together and maybe we can either raise some money or people can pay their own way. But what if we got, I don't know, picked one person or maybe 6 of us, 10 of us, and we all went to the annual meeting on December 17th in person? What about that? So this was filed with, I don't know where it was filed, but it came through the regulators, but it says National Securities Administrators. I don't know if that's a private company. It's a transfer agent. Came through the transfer agent. So guys and girls, maybe we could make a road trip. Stop at Roadhouse. Maybe some of us could go to Vancouver or wherever, Toronto. I mean, if it's all electronic, it's not worth the effort. But if there's going to be some human beings going to a real meeting, maybe we could get a committee together and go. All right, so it was filed a while ago, apparently, but it's new. It shows October 31st here. Let me just let me look it up in Canada. They always on the websites when you open them. It's always a chick doing work with a computer with glasses on. Smarter than hell. You never see some old, fat, white guy. You never see that. All right. Let's see what it says. I guess it's not the image they want to put across. I like that idea. I don't know if any of you like it, but I'll go to the annual meeting. I'll wear a Toronto Blue Jays hat. It's processing right now. Hey, Julius, Quinn, good things are coming. I think that's right. Ward Richardson wishes Donna a good weekend. Maybe this will be our last weekend to wait for news. Yeah. But remember, and I'm going back to Clay and I'm almost legend, Ward. I just really want people not to be hepped up on any one news release. The train is a coming, but it's got to chug out of the station at first. Yeah, okay. thank you account settings. Today, October 31st, a notice of this meeting was filed, and I just read it to you. So December 17th. And we, if we still have all of our shares, I don't know how we collectively prove it to anybody, but we could go in with a committee or something and, maybe show up. Maybe we could have a small gathering with somebody like, I don't know who, Kristen Shaughnessy. I don't think she knows anything about Railtown, but somebody with a camera, and we could have uh, a small presentation by Corey and Marwan and Dr. Kaur and maybe the other guys, and then we could ask some questions. There's some possibilities there. Ward Richardson, I think William should have worn a Clint Eastwood mask today explaining all the great points about RT. I should have said nag, nag, nag. Remember the movie he was in and everybody'd come up to him. He had this great bulldog that gets killed, but he had a bulldog and people'd come up to him. They loved the dog. He'd be jogging and they'd come up to him and say, "Hey, is that your dog?" He'd go, "Yeah." "Why, you want him?" Donna M. William, I like your Halloween frame. Now, I will observe, at the risk of getting slapped down, that's not a very masculine thing to do, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I try to. I don't decorate for Halloween anymore, but bought Reese's peanut butter cups just in case. No Railtown stress for me. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Yeah, I want to turn off the lights because I didn't buy any candy and I didn't decorate. And Justin Babish, I could imagine that some percentage of companies that are customers of RT would also want to be shareholders, like owning stock and what you spend your money. Yes, I think that's right. But Justin, we find it hard to believe what we hear. It's what I hear, I guess, and what I'm relaying. So some of you might have a hard time believing what I'm saying. But there is an arms race to acquire these companies, and you're seeing it. Somebody brought to my attention Poolside the other day. I'm going to guess it was Brandon, but I could be wrong. It might have been Justin. It might have been you. That pretty aggressive amount of money and a huge valuation. So we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think once they get through the disclosure that they've acquired AIP partners, we can start to see what happens. And as the story is told, it's not us, it's not we, it's not me who have to understand it. Just some institutions go, aha. Like, let me pick on him again. John Ruffalo is going to look at it and know exactly what he thinks the valuation could be. So I think you're going to start seeing some confirmation. And I agree with Clay. This has been a long time. And I think it's completely normal, which I thought I was saying, but maybe I was being an a-hole again. I don't know. But I think it's completely normal to seek confirmation of what things, for example, I'm saying, or what we're hearing. So I think it's perfectly normal. But what's weird is much of that confirmation just can't come out until after AIP is finished. And I don't know how soon something that has a bang for the buck will come out. I would contend that they've made, I don't know, about 6, 7, 8 announcements during this period of time, and it really didn't do anything. So, my opinion is those kind of announcements aren't going to mean a whole hell of a lot to retail. But once the company gets out of this limbo, I don't know what to call it anymore, by the completion of the acquisition, I think they are free to talk to institutions because the information meets the requirements of Reg FD. And as they talk to institutions, it goes to, the head of one fund says, "Hey, Susan, could you follow this stock, put it on your calendar?" Sure. Or another fund, they say, "Hey, we love it." Anyway, they have the power to analyze the information, and they don't need to see revenue in each of those announcements the way we would like to see it, obviously. So I think one of the confirmations that's going to start coming is stock price. And that's what I agree with you, Justin. I think some of these companies will want to own the stock. Justin, maybe we could put some money and offer Tartia strategic finance. Well, I called in and left it. I don't know what'll happen, but I suggested, look, if you do another offering, could you allocate some of it to us? And I didn't get a no, but I wasn't really talking directly with the company either, so I didn't get a yes. But Justin, I like that idea. I like how you're thinking. I think it'd be great. Maybe some of us, if there's a deal at $5 with a warrant, we'd come in for 5 or 10% of that offering. I've suggested it before. I'll continue suggesting it. I have no idea if I'll be effective, but I like that idea, Justin. Account settings, you are welcome, William. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Colby, good afternoon, Sir Williams. It's not much, but my new total will be 3,000. That's awesome, Colby. That's a great order. Look, somebody asked me the other day about MMTLP. I lost something like 44,000 in MMTLP. If I bought 1,000 shares and I held it to a buyout, and let's say the buyout's $44, $50 a share, I made all my MMTLP back. So 1,000 shares, 3,000 shares is quite powerful. That's a great job, Colby. Obviously, when I make these projections, I don't make them because I'm trying to bullshit you. On the other hand, the further out and the higher up I go, there's so many variables. So we got to pay attention to all those variables. Account settings says congratulations. All right, so it's 5:48. Let me see if we're at war. I hope not. Oh, before and after. Trump unveils renovated Lincoln bathroom at the White House, and the before looks horrible. Let's see what the after looks like. I was going to say, for a White House, I mean, for me, it's better than what I have, but there's the before bathroom. That looks pretty weak for a president. That looks like out of the 70s. Let's see what the after looks like. I don't much like the after either. There's the after. It belongs in the Waldorf Astoria. There's the after. I mean, it's better, but it looks like a suite of no, not even Four Seasons. There's the shower. That's pretty nice. But that looks like you can slide away if you're Joe Biden. There's the after bathroom. That's all right. It's a lot better than I have. All right, let's see if all right, so I guess an Obama judge said use emergency funds for SNAP. Consumer sentiment is bad. Remember, there's a lot of bad news out in the background. I'm hoping many of you, even with 3,000 shares, can create some financial strength, resilience for what's coming. All right, let's see. Key governor races, according to Real Clear Politics. I just want a chart. I don't want to read. I guess I have to read. All right, so in Virginia, the lieutenant governor, Winsome Earl Sears, has been trailing the Democrat, Abigail Spanberger, by double digits. No Republican presidential candidate has won Virginia since 2004. Polls have shown races tightening. We get Democrat Spanberger with a 6.9% lead in Virginia, and Democrat Sherrill with a 4.6% lead in New Jersey. I think Trump should fly into Virginia, fly into New Jersey. All right. All right. It doesn't seem like we're at war. Let's see if anything else is going on. Trump administration must use emergency funds for SNAP benefits during government shutdown, federal judge rules. Elon Musk teases new flying car. has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever. I'm not getting in one. We are going to strike Venezuela, according to a report, at any moment. So I guess we will be at war, darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Yeah, it's an Obama judge. Kim Kardashian claims the moon landing was faked. She must know. There's a lot of fake things about her. Sean Duffy responds. Let's see what NASA says. NASA's acting administrator, Sean Duffy, a dude, responded to claims in a post on X, writing, "We've been to the moon 6 times. All right, let's get off of Kim after all. Okay. JFK forced to ground all planes. Let's see how it is for baseball tonight. And then I'll probably sign off. But let's see if there's any odds. There's not much going on about the world. Let me just Google World Series. I might go try to find some place to watch that tonight. But it's so hard to watch when things get tense. I'm rooting for Toronto. It'll be good luck for Railtown. All right, let's go through the 6 big questions before tonight's game, and then I'm going to sign off. World Series, 6 big questions ahead of Game 6. The Toronto Blue Jays are 1 win away from their first World Series championship. Game 6 scheduled for 8 p.m. Friday. After falling short to the Los Angeles Dodgers in an 18-inning classic in Game 3, that was tough. I think Toronto should have won that, but not that there was any cheating. It's just they didn't. They had so many runners on the bases. The Blue Jays demonstrated remarkable resilience the next 2 nights, securing 2 comfortable victories and retaking the series lead behind stellar pitching and the formidable offense that has headlined Toronto's success all seasons. The Dodgers, meanwhile, have fallen into a collective funk that finds them facing elimination as the action returns to Toronto. Here are the 6 biggest questions looming ahead of World Series Game 6. 1. Can Yoshinobu Yamamoto arigato. Play the hero again. It was Yamamoto who almost single-handedly secured Los Angeles' first win of the World Series with his spectacular complete game in Game 2, his second consecutive nine-inning effort this postseason. Yamamoto retired the first 20 Blue Jays he faced and needed just 72 pitches to get through his final 7 innings of work, leaning heavily on his splendid splitter and dynamite curveball to keep Toronto's bats off balance. It was a masterful performance, one he will now have the challenge of replicating against a deep and dangerous Blue Jays lineup that will have had days to conjure an improved game plan against him. Expecting Yamamoto to go the distance again feels overly optimistic. But it's not like the Dodgers have a multitude of trustworthy relievers to handle the later innings. If Yamamoto cruises again and the LA offense provides a comfortable lead, it would be entirely reasonable for Dave Roberts to let Yamamoto try to keep the bullpen door closed. All right. Oral Hershiser did it before. All right, I'm going to move to the second question. Number 2, will we see George Springer again in this World Series? George Springer accounted for 2 of the 5 base runners against Yamamoto in Game 2 with a leadoff double in the first inning and hit by pitch in the third. But after he departed Game 3, when he experienced pain in his right side on a spleen, Springer was not in the lineup for the next 2 games. Springer was progressing well and could be available. Update. Schneider told reporters Thursday that Springer is expected to be in Toronto's starting lineup tonight. 3, can Kevin Gausman improve on his Game 2 performance? Gausman's Game 2 outing ended on a sour note with 2 game-changing home runs surrendered to Will Smith and Max Muncy, both pretty powerful hitters. It's fair to say that Gausman pitched well. All right, I'm not going to read all the details. So you want to know if he can do a good job tonight. And then 4, will the Dodgers offense wake up in time to save their season? Roberts had seen enough. He's decided to shake up the starting lineup for Game 5. So we'll find out. And then number 5, which bullpen arms can be trusted on both sides? Maybe Yamamoto and Gausman come out firing again and pitch deep enough to lessen the burden on both managers. But what if they don't? What if things go off the rails for one of both starters? Dodgers seem to be down to roughly 1 reliever they feel good about, Roki Sasaki, who has appeared in only Dodger wins in the postseason. Blue Jays have found a few more reliable relief arms. All right, I won't bore you with that. And number 6, how will the Dodgers handle facing elimination? Well, that's the story. I might go try to watch it. It's the last game. Could be the last game of the year. Could be the last game of the year. Should I look one more time? It's 6 o'clock. I'll look one more time to see if there's a filing, and then we'll go. I don't expect it. I do not expect it, but I will look. I will look. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. Let us see. Colby says thanks to account settings. I wonder what the meeting December 17th could be about. Maybe Microsoft is going to buy us. Dream on. It's processing. And it's a bit annoying how long it's taking to process. But we'll see what happens. Okay, it processed. No, nothing. Nada. All right, everybody, it's 6 o'clock. Watch the World Series, it'll be fun. And if you don't, hand out candy to everybody with a smile. And I don't think I'll be coming on over the weekend, but I might. I'm not saying I won't, but hopefully there'll be some sort of filing tonight, Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, and we can kick this party to Marty. Pizza rules. Pizza. All right. Thank you, Pizza Rules. I got to think about a place I can go sit and watch this game and not freeze. Anyway, cheers, everybody. Thank you very much. We'll see you on down the highway.